Chapter 996. In this strange space, day and night constantly flickered and flickered. This was a kind of heaven-defying power that could make time pass quickly and accelerate the decline of one's lifespan. At first, Ling Xiao didn't think much of it, but after flying for a few days with Euro Fei, he actually saw that some wrinkles had begun to appear on the side of Euro Fei's face. It must be known that Euro Fei was only 7,000 years old, and as a peak saint, she could live for at least 20,000 years. Previously, she was extremely energetic, and her life force definitely didn't show any signs of weakening. Now, in just a few days, wrinkles had actually appeared. This was simply a very shocking matter. Ling Xiao looked at her jade arms again and found that they had become much rougher than before, and there was no longer any luster. He carefully sensed and found that her life force was actually being consumed at an extremely fast rate. It wasn't just Euro Fei. Ling Xiao also found that his life force was also being consumed, but it wasn't as obvious as Euro Fei's. Ro Fei, this can't go on. Take this first, Ling Xiao said, and immediately took out a lot of spring liquid of life and handed it to Euro Fei. Euro Fei didn't say anything and immediately swallowed it. With the huge supply of essence, her condition was somewhat alleviated. But just after a day, she began to age again. She had already become a middle-aged woman and looked much older than before. Ling Xiao was the same, and his originally handsome young appearance was gradually turning into a middle-aged appearance. Damn it! This can't go on. Lu Wang, quickly help me! Ling Xiao cried out anxiously. Immediately after, a pure power slowly flowed out from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's body was nourished by this power, and his condition once again recovered. Ling Xiao took out the 10,000-year tree sap and gave it to Euro Fei to drink. However, he could only suppress it for a short period of time before it became ineffective again. Moreover, they still couldn't see the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. According to the situation along the way, the distance between the 8th and 9th floors was even greater than the distance between the 7th and 8th floors. They would have to fly for at least several months to reach their destination. These few months were probably enough for Euro Fei to die of old age. Ro Fei, stop for me. Go to the cauldron first. I can handle the consumption here. I'll take you there. Ling Xiao hastily called out to Euro Fei. Euro Fei revealed a sad but beautiful smile and said, "It's too late now. If I enter the cauldron now, my appearance will forever be like this. I don't want to be like this. I'd rather die of old age." Women loved to look beautiful. Euro Fei had already sensed her own situation. She couldn't adapt to this sudden change in appearance. Her state of mind was already unstable, and she began to give up on life. She would rather use all her strength to bring Ling Xiao to the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully shake off Euro Fei's hand, but he found that she was holding it firmly. Ro Fei, don't be like this. If you want to restore your youthful appearance, it's possible. If you continue to waste time like this, it'll really be difficult to change the truth, Ling Xiao advised. He now had a large amount of essence qi provided by Lu Wang, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to last until the end. No one can change this truth. I just don't know if you'll still like me after I become like this? Euro Fei suddenly asked. Yes, no matter what you become, I'll still like you, Ling Xiao immediately replied. Haha, you're lying. Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Didn't you want me to be your woman because you saw that I was beautiful? Now that I'm about to become an old woman, you won't like me, but we're just friends now. As a friend, I'll do my best to bring you to the other end. Euro Fei revealed a sad smile. Faced with this situation, she discovered that she already had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but she didn't want to face it. She wasn't willing to easily yield to him. She suddenly regretted not falling in love with Ling Xiao. At the very least, she would have let her know what it felt like to be a real woman. Now that she was suddenly going to die of old age, all her regrets were in vain. Stop! Ling Xiao shouted. Immediately afterward, all of his battle prowess surged, and his entire body transformed into a dragon man. He forcefully shook off Euro Fei's hand. Euro Fei's power was being eroded by time, and her strength was gradually decreasing. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had Lu Wang's power to provide him with enough vitality to temporarily not be affected. Go by yourself. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to make it to the 9th floor. Euro Fei looked down at her hand, which had become ugly, and tears flowed down her cheeks. A peerless powerhouse of a generation found it difficult to accept the rapid aging of her body. Ling Xiao stepped forward and hugged Euro Fei tightly in his arms. He affectionately said, "Although I'm not a good person, since I said that I want you to be my woman, even if you become an old woman, I'll definitely want you." After saying that, he cupped Euro Fei's aging face and kissed her delicate lips. Euro Fei was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kiss her at this time, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Does he really not dislike me for being old? This feeling is so strange. I really want to continue like this. But Euro Fei closed her eyes and enjoyed it. She wanted this feeling to continue forever. Ling Xiao's hand that was holding Euro Fei quietly raised behind her and chopped down on the back of her neck. Euro Fei's mind was already in chaos. She didn't have any vigilance and was immediately knocked unconscious by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Euro Fei in his arms and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely let you blossom into your most beautiful appearance." Ling Xiao put Euro Fei into the cauldron and immediately rushed towards the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. No, if this place can accelerate the aging and death of people, then why was Master able to pass through this place? And how did the ancestors of Ling Xian continent reach the heaven realm? There must be a spirit item here that can resolve this crisis. Ling Xiao's mind instantly thought of a possibility. Thus, as he hurried along, he activated his green pupil to observe his surroundings. However, he didn't find anything even after rushing for nearly a month. His body began to show signs of aging again. This was because Lu Wang had also been attacked by the power of time and couldn't continue to provide energy to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would also wither and die like Ling Xiao. Could it be that I was wrong? Ling Xiao thought anxiously as he swallowed a drop of the spring of life. After another day, he suddenly saw a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Clouds curled about that place, imposing and majestic, towering and imposing, giving off a feeling of awe. Ling Xiao didn't say a word and flew towards the mountain peak. When he landed on the mountain peak, he suddenly felt his life flow away and his strength weaken significantly. Could it be that the heaven reversal technique is here? Ling Xiao cried out in delight. Looking around, Ling Xiao discovered that there were only giant boulders here. There were no other living beings. He didn't believe this and began to circle around the mountain peak, feeling that he would definitely find a way to resolve this. Sure enough, just as he was about to despair, he saw a strange spirit plant growing on top of a cliff. This spirit plant was only a little more than 2 meters tall. Whether it was the stem or the leaves, they were all black and white and half black. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully, "This tree is the only spirit tree in this space, so it must have some use. Whatever, I'll go take a look first." However, before Ling Xiao could get close, a huge sense of danger instantly enveloped his head. A huge black shadow swept over Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side. He turned around to see what was attacking him. Screech! A huge eagle flapped its wings and screeched at Ling Xiao. This eagle was the same as the spirit tree. Its feathers were half white and half black, making it look quite demonic and handsome. This was a peak rank 8 giant eagle. It seemed to be a light and darkness attribute mutated spirit beast. Such a terrifying mutated spirit beast's combat power was definitely quite shocking. Ling Xiao could not help but feel an itch on his scalp. Based on his strength, it was clearly not enough to fight this giant eagle. The giant eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao again. Its sharp claws were like the most terrifying spirit weapon. If he were to be scratched, his body would definitely turn into a mist of blood. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely on his own strength to defeat a spirit beast of this level. The heavenly fire on his body burst out. Blazing flames rose into the sky as a fire chelan roared towards the giant eagle. Regardless of whether it was a person or a spirit beast, once they came into contact with the heavenly fire, they would be destroyed. This was Ling Xiao's life-saving trump card. If the heavenly fire could not deal with it, then he would really be finished. As expected, when Ling Xiao's heavenly fire blasted out, the giant eagle sensed danger and did not dare to pounce immediately. It opened its mouth and a black and white energy rushed out, dispersing Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. The remaining energy continued to rush towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not dodge in time. He was sent flying thousands of meters away and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Damn it, I will destroy you!" Ling Xiao roared angrily. He gathered all his strength and pointed his index finger at the giant eagle that was charging towards him again. A huge ray of light shot out from his finger and split into three. The three extraordinarily powerful rays of light surrounded the giant eagle from three different directions. The giant eagle did not fight it head-on. It chose to dodge. However, how could Ling Xiao's three divine finger be so easily dodged? He controlled the three rays of light to change their direction and charged towards the giant eagle again. The giant eagle was furious. It flapped its wings and screeched. Rays of light and darkness energy shot out to meet Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Chapter 997. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Intense sparks flew from the collision of powerful forces. The giant eagle's power was so strong that it managed to completely nullify Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Of course, Ling Xiao did not think that he could kill the giant eagle. After all, the seniors who had reached this stage in the past were unable to do anything to it, and he himself was only a low-level saint. They were not on the same level at all. He knew his own limits. This move of his was just a ploy to distract the enemy. He split his attention into two. His mental energy transformed into a giant claw and grabbed at the black and white spiritual object. He tore it a few times and found that it was difficult to pull the spiritual tree out with its roots. It was likely that its roots were already connected to the giant mountain. At the same time, the giant eagle had already nullified his attack and attacked him again. Ling Xiao was shocked and anxious. He could only settle for the next best thing. He broke off one of the branches of the spiritual tree and quickly pulled it over. Then he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could and took an elixir that increased his speed. He ran as fast as he could. However, as he fled, he did not forget to continue emitting heavenly fire to cause some trouble for the giant eagle. The giant eagle had its considerations and did not dare to approach the heavenly fire. It could only keep blasting out elemental attacks, hoping to kill this damned human. Ling Xiao was also bombarded again and again. He spat out a lot of blood and lost a lot of dragon scales. Only then did he leave the mountain peak. The giant eagle seemed to be restricted and did not dare to continue chasing him. Could only cry out a few times and return to the mountain peak. After leaving the mountain peak, the invasion of time greatly increased. Ling Xiao's face and palms aged rapidly. He no longer looked young and handsome. Instead, he looked so old and decrepit, as if he would soon be buried in peace. Ling Xiao did not care so much. He swallowed the spring of life, the sap of the 10,000-year tree, and other saint treasures that could increase one's vitality were all swallowed by him. Unfortunately, these saint treasures could only stop him for a period of time so that he would not age so quickly. "I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will really die here," Ling Xiao mumbled as he looked at the black and white tree branch in his hand. Then he tore a leaf from the tree and put it in his mouth. It was also at this time that he suddenly discovered that the rapidly decreasing vitality stopped flowing, and there was an abnormal power flowing towards his abdomen, nourishing the various muscles in his body. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that the leaf was effective. He quickly chewed the leaf and swallowed it. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy began to spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. The mighty force of yin and yang actually caused Ling Xiao's aging body to gradually return to its youthful appearance, and the mighty force of the passage of time no longer had any effect. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling. He only felt that life was so beautiful. The power of yin and yang even cleaned up many hidden injuries in his body one by one, making his body more energetic. Ling Xiao's appearance returned to its original state. Balls of yin and yang energy flashed around his body. No matter how many days and nights there were, he no longer felt anything. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. "We've finally escaped. There's no true death zone here. There's always a chance of survival." Ling Xiao suspected that the 9 checkpoints here were deliberately set up here by the gods of the heaven domain. Each checkpoint had a huge danger, but it also left others with a chance of survival. Ling Xiao released Euro Fei. Her appearance no longer had the slightest bit of beauty, only a thick sense of despair. "Ro Fei, quickly eat it. It can help you recover your appearance and even block the strange power here," Ling Xiao impatiently said to Euro Fei, at the same time handing her a leaf. When Euro Fei heard this, her eyes flashed. Without saying a word, she immediately snatched the leaf from Ling Xiao and swallowed it. Sure enough, after Euro Fei consumed the leaf, her appearance changed once again. She gradually recovered her original beauty, and her figure became plump once again. She felt the changes in herself and couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao, Have I recovered?" Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. If you don't believe me, take a mirror and look at yourself. You're still as beautiful as before." Originally, Ling Xiao was just saying it casually, but Euro Fei really took out a mirror and looked at herself. Only then did she exclaim in joy, "I've really recovered. That's great." After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao and kissed Ling Xiao nonstop. The feeling of returning to heaven from hell made her incomparably excited. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the good impression she had of Ling Xiao. She had to properly cherish and thank him. Ling Xiao's body stiffened at first, but then he felt the waves of sweetness coming from his mouth and the soft feeling of his chest, which undoubtedly caused his blood vessels to instantly surge. Ling Xiao was no longer a virgin. He had wanted to conquer Euro Fei for a long time, but she had never dared to accept him. He was also too embarrassed to force her. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. In this uninhabited space, there were only the two of them in the world, and the sparks of passion had just been ignited. Ling Xiao instantly hugged Euro Fei, one hand on her jade back, the other caressing her jade buttocks. That round and wonderful elasticity made Ling Xiao even more excited. Euro Fei couldn't stand Ling Xiao's touch. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted. That indescribable feeling made her unable to help but softly moan, "Ah!" Her face was as delicate as a flower, her eyes blurred, and her beauty was indescribable. "Ling Xiao, take me," Euro Fei shyly said in a low voice. The blood in Ling Xiao's body instantly surged, and he responded to Euro Fei's words with his actions. The tip of his tongue went straight to the root of the problem, and he enjoyed the other party's fragrant saliva to his heart's content. His big hands wandered unscrupulously through her clothes, caressing her jade back, jade arms, and then circling around to the pair of jade peaks. The two of them became more and more excited, each feeling the wonderful feeling of the opposite sex. Ling Xiao saw that Euro Fei's body was becoming weaker and weaker, and that her light breathing was becoming more rapid and loud. He knew that it was about time. He roughly tore off her clothes, revealing the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her delicate face was red all the way to her earlobes, her neck was tender and smooth, her breasts were full and firm, and her red beans were fresh and tempting. Her lower abdomen was flat and clean, and her lower abdomen was luxuriantly fragrant. Her jade legs were slender and round. Every part of her was filled with the most primitive temptation, like a peerless seductress, making it difficult for people to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and with a roar, the clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes. Euro Fei sensed the powerful scent of the opposite sex from Ling Xiao, and she shyly closed her eyes, looking as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Ling Xiao was not going to be polite. He immediately hugged Euro Fei, and the golden dragon spear went straight into the jade gate. "Ah!" A loud cry spread through the space. The battle lasted for an unknown number of days and nights before the smoke finally stopped. "Euro, you're my woman now," Ling Xiao said with certainty as he hugged the docile Euro Fei. Euro Fei nodded obediently and said with a smile, "Yes, I've been conquered by you." She really did not expect that she would give her body to Ling Xiao so quickly, but she did not regret it at all. In the face of extreme happiness and sorrow, her mentality had already changed. At the very least, she could be considered a real woman now. Moreover, the potential that Ling Xiao displayed was absolutely limitless, so she did not feel wronged at all. Ling Xiao took a deep breath of Euro Fei and fiercely kneaded her soft breasts. Only then did he proudly say, "I told you that you would become my woman, but you didn't believe me." He paused for a moment, and then said, "I will love you for the rest of my life." Euro Fei angrily said, "Then while there's still time, love me one more time." She had just tasted meat, and although it was a little painful at the beginning, it did not feel like anything after getting used to it. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of floating in the air. Ling Xiao smiled. "Your husband will fulfill your wish." Then, he hugged her again, showing his strong love for her. 3 days later, the two of them once again set out on the road, rushing to the 9th layer of the spatial barrier. After using the black and white leaves, they no longer felt the erosion of the power of time here, and could completely slow down their speed. After all, the two of them had just fallen in love. Euro Fei could not sleep at night because of that kind of feeling, and Ling Xiao also could not get tired of looking at Euro Fei, this temptress. The two of them hurried and stopped, and on the way back, they found some light and darkness attribute holy objects. Among them, the light attribute holy objects were of great use to Euro Fei, and the darkness attribute holy object Ling Xiao put away first. In addition, there were also many light and darkness attribute holy objects. They could resist the power of time here. As expected, the distance between the 8th and 9th layers was much farther than before. After rushing for several months, the two of them finally arrived at the spatial barrier of the 9th layer. This layer of spatial barrier was much thicker than the previous 8 layers, and the two of them worked together to attack the same place more than 10 times before breaking it. As soon as the two of them entered the 9th layer, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and a storm was wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them felt their eardrums hurt from the vibrations. They looked at the sea of lightning and storm in front of them, and they immediately felt their scalps go numb. After passing through the first few layers, they had already seen the 7 attributes of the spatial power of earth, fire, water, wood, metal, and light and darkness, but the 2 attributes of lightning and wind had not appeared. They had long guessed that this layer might be a combination of these 2 types of power. However, when they really faced it, they still felt that their strength was too insignificant in the face of this ruthless heavenly disaster. Heavenly lightning was the most powerful existence in the world, and it was a kind of heavenly power that could not be violated. The storm was also a kind of natural disaster that could not be resisted. When the two of them combined, it would make people shiver. Chapter 998. Boundless thunder and lightning bombarded the area, accompanied by endless howling winds. Ling Xiao and Euro Fei raised their defenses to the maximum, but they were still dizzy from the bombardment and were even blown away by the strong winds, causing their bodies to feel pain. If not for the two of them being powerful, they would have already been blown to pieces, or they would have been strangled to death by the violent winds. Ling Xiao's skin was split open, while Euro Fei's clothes were also in tatters, and her defensive armor was on the verge of collapsing. This is only the thunder and lightning at the edge. I'm afraid the thunder and lightning in the depths will be even more terrifying. If we pass through here, even if we don't die, I'm afraid we'll only be left with half a life. Euro Fei exclaimed. No matter how powerful the thunder and wind here are, they won't be able to kill a saint like you. But the continuous bombardment is truly unbearable, not to mention those with lower strength. It seems the road to the heaven domain is really full of dangers. Ling Xiao sighed. If it weren't for his abnormal physique, he would have died countless times already. Let's go. I'll protect you, Euro Fei said. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I told you, in terms of combat strength, I might not be able to compare to you, but in terms of survival ability, how can you compare to me? Immediately afterwards, he lightly shouted, Transform! The space ring on his finger instantly transformed into a cauldron. The cauldron grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house. floating above Ling Xiao and Euro Fei's heads, isolating them from the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning bombarded the heaven cauldron, but it was unable to damage it in the slightest. Euro Fei looked at this scene in surprise and softly exclaimed, "As expected of a heaven cauldron, its use is really extraordinary, and you should go accompany Master's wife inside the cauldron. I'll definitely get you through here," Ling Xiao said confidently. Euro Fei wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded obediently. After keeping Euro Fei, Ling Xiao grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and plunged deep into the sea of lightning. After the medicinal cauldron became bigger, it blocked all the lightning that struck Ling Xiao's head. At most, only some of the residual lightning power splashed on his body, but this was no longer important. The raging wind and the wind blades were like knives, constantly scraping, unable to sweep him and the medicinal cauldron away. It could only cause some superficial wounds to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's extreme healing technique, so that kind of injury was nothing at all. Just like that, Ling Xiao traversed through the sea of lightning. He was constantly vigilant of his surroundings, afraid that some creatures would come out and attack him. After nearly a month, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the sea of lightning. The power of the lightning was enough to kill an ordinary high-level saint, and the cutting force of the raging wind had also increased by a lot. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued forward. He had already reached the last level, so there was no reason to retreat. He had to pass through here and reach the heaven domain. Suddenly, the Khanate Yin wind bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness reacted. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a wind attribute strange object, so he immediately followed the Khanate Yin wind bead and flew over. Not long after, he saw a whirlpool in the eye of the wind spinning continuously in a certain space. The strong wind power almost sucked Ling Xiao's body into it. Ling Xiao grabbed the heavy medicinal cauldron tightly to stabilize his body. He suspected that if he was sucked in, he would be torn to pieces by the wind blades there. At this moment, the Khanate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness throbbed even more violently, as if it wanted to charge out of his sea of consciousness. "If you're not afraid of being devoured by it, then come out." Ling Xiao warned the Khanate Yin wind bead and allowed it to do as it pleased. Without Ling Xiao's suppression, the Khanate Yin wind bead instantly shot out of his sea of consciousness and plunged into the eye of the wind. In an instant, the two forces of wind intertwined and collided violently. The overflowing wind blades cut open his skin and flesh, causing blood to flow wildly. Ling Xiao quickly retreated, afraid that he would be sliced to pieces by the wind blades if he was any slower. The demonic heavenly fire bead has also reached the bottleneck of the next level, and the Khanate Yin wind bead should be able to advance after absorbing the energy here. Looks like I have Ping Yi to pick up again. Let's see if I can break through again. Ling Xiao licked his lips excitedly. With the energy from the demonic heavenly fire bead and Lu Wang, his strength had improved tremendously, and he also hoped that the Khanate Yin wind bead could bring him the same benefits. One day later, the wind around the area weakened, and the Khanate Yin wind bead automatically returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao waited for the Khanate Yin wind bead to return its energy, but unfortunately, it only urged Ling Xiao to go in another direction. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. However, when Ling Xiao was about to leave, he decided to turn back and look at the Eye of the Wind to see what was so special about it. The Eye of the Wind had indeed disappeared, and the energy there must have been completely absorbed by the Khanate Yin wind bead. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that there was an irregular silver-gray stone there. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, but Ling Xiao felt that there must be something extraordinary about this place, so he summoned it over. He didn't feel anything else when he held it in his hand. Just as he was about to throw it away, he realized that wind attribute energy was gathering around him. Although this energy wasn't very obvious, it was definitely there. Could this be the wind stabilizing stone? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in doubt. After that, he didn't dare to be too sure, so he threw the stone into the medicine cauldron for Feng Qingyuan to confirm. Feng Qingyuan specialized in the wind attribute, so she could naturally tell if this was the wind stabilizing stone. As expected, Feng Qingyuan replied that this was indeed the wind-stabilizing stone, and she even excitedly told Ling Xiao that she wanted to come out, and that she hoped to obtain more wind-stabilizing stones. Mistress, don't be anxious. The environment here is too harsh. I will continue to search for the wind-stabilizing stone for you. Ling Xiao comforted Feng Qingyuan, who was in the medicine cauldron. Hearing this, Feng Qingyuan finally calmed down. Ling Xiao followed the feeling of the Khanate Yin wind bead again, and arrived at another place with the Eye of the Wind. The energy gathered in the Eye of the Wind was once again sucked dry by the Khanate Yin wind bead. When the energy dissipated, he found another wind-stabilizing stone. Ling Xiao suspected that these wind eyes were created by the wind-stabilizing stone. This was because other than allowing people to not be affected by the strong wind, the wind-stabilizing stone could also absorb wind attribute energy and gather it. When the gathered energy reached a certain level, it wouldn't be surprising for it to form a wind eye in such a harsh environment. After the Khanate Yin wind bead absorbed the energy of a few wind eyes, its energy was indeed released. With the help of this energy, Ling Xiao directly reached the peak of a low-level saint. If Ling Xiao wanted to borrow this energy, there should be a high chance of success, but Ling Xiao forcefully suppressed it. This was because he had advanced too quickly in the past few years, and his comprehension of the realm was still shallow. Although his strength would increase greatly if he broke through rashly, it wouldn't be beneficial to his future. Therefore, after accumulating more energy and comprehending the use of the power of space, the probability of success would be higher, and there wouldn't be any problems with his foundation. Well, I only care about looking for the wind-stabilizing stone. There may be a thunder attribute saint treasure here. Even if I don't need it, it won't be difficult to find it. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and decided to look for a thunder attribute saint treasure. In this space of thunder and wind, it was impossible to only have wind attribute things. There must be thunder attribute or wind and thunder attribute saint treasures. Ling Xiao held the medicine cauldron in one hand, and began to drill towards the place where the thunder and lightning were the densest and most violent. Although Ling Xiao had the medicine cauldron to block most of the thunder and lightning power, when he approached these places, the sputtering thunder and lightning power still made him grit his teeth in pain. He didn't dare to rush over again, for fear that if he got a little closer, his body would be completely charred by the thunder and lightning. There should be some good things here, but the power here is too terrifying. Without the help of a foreign object, I will only die if I go over. Ling Xiao sighed. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to ignore all the thunder and lightning here. For a forbidden area like this, without the help of a foreign object, he didn't dare to break through. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao thought of something again, and immediately revealed a faint smile. How could I forget to use the power of thunder and lightning here to cultivate my soul doppelganger? Although the soul doppelganger was condensed by soul power, it was most afraid of the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire. However, Ling Xiao's soul power, which had been refined to such a degree, was not much worse than his real body. He already had a certain degree of resistance, and he could also use the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, making his soul power more solid, and his combat power more powerful. Of course, if Ling Xiao's soul suddenly appeared in this sea of thunder and lightning, he would immediately be bombarded to ashes. However, with the medicinal cauldron blocking most of the power of thunder and lightning, and only using the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, he should be able to withstand it. After Ling Xiao raised the medicinal cauldron and retreated from the dense area, he controlled his soul doppelganger to come out. Sure enough, when the soul doppelganger was struck by the power of thunder and lightning in the vicinity, it immediately became much weaker. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt waves of pain in his sea of consciousness, causing him to sweat profusely. The soul doppelganger and his sea of consciousness were connected, and he didn't let it move alone. When the lightning struck his soul, Ling Xiao naturally felt uncomfortable. Ling Xiao let it stay under the medicinal cauldron, and began to resist the power of thunder and lightning with great difficulty. His soul doppelganger could fight against ordinary low-level saints, but facing the remnant power of thunder and lightning, it still couldn't withstand it for more than half a day. Ling Xiao controlled it back into his sea of consciousness and recovered. After forging it a few times, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the soul doppelganger he condensed was becoming more and more lifelike, and its resistance was also rapidly increasing. Looks like as long as I can continue to train my soul power like this, I will be able to reach the great perfection of the 8th level of the origin returning art. Ling Xiao thought in ecstasy. As such, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the sea of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, hoping to make his soul doppelganger even stronger. Chapter 999. After several months of thunder and lightning baptism, Ling Xiao felt that his soul power was growing rapidly. He could already fall into the sea of thunder and lightning without suffering any damage. He seemed to have developed an immunity to the thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao didn't expect such an outcome. His own fleshly body was comparable to a high-grade saint artifact, but when faced with these lightning bolts, his skin and flesh were still split open. However, his soul was able to gradually adapt and strengthen like a fish in water. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the soul power needs to be tempered by the power of thunder and lightning to become stronger? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. He now found that as his soul power became more and more real, the spiritual fluid in his sea of consciousness also became more and more pure. The impurities in it were also blasted away by the power of thunder and lightning. In this sea of thunder and wind, Ling Xiao's body could be seen doing different actions. One hand was holding the medicine cauldron, while the other was waving the 9-sun heaven-burning fist in the sea of thunder and lightning. Every punch generated power, resisting the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings. Looking at his other self, Ling Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. My spiritual power has long surpassed an ordinary level 8 sacred medicine master. It is not surprising that it is comparable to a level 9 sacred medicine master. Therefore, the power of my soul is not inferior to my body at all. In fact, it is much more powerful. It is just that I didn't know how to train in the past and didn't clean up those impurities. Now that I have been tempered by this sea of thunder, I can truly unleash the power of my soul doppelganger." In the past, Ling Xiao had absorbed the power of too many remnant souls and contained a lot of impurities. Although he had the help of the spiritual fluid to clean them up once, he had also absorbed the power of other remnant souls. Naturally, the spiritual fluid had become somewhat mixed. This time, the purification of the Sea of Thunder could clean up all these impurities, making the spiritual fluid even more pure and vast. Now I can let my soul doppelganger try over there. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. After Ling Xiao muttered to himself, he flew towards the place where the Sea of Thunder was the densest. His physical body didn't get too close. Instead, he let his soul avatar slowly walk in. Ling Xiao's soul avatar seemed to be in a much better state after being bombarded by these lightning bolts. He didn't suffer too much damage, but the closer he got, the harder it became. His soul became illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Although Ling Xiao and his soul avatar were both independent existences, his soul avatar was still under the control of his true body. It was no different from him personally visiting the Thunder Sea Forbidden Area. He could clearly see all the lightning scenes in front of him. However, just when Ling Xiao thought he was going to get something good, countless dense purple lightning bolts shot out from inside. The power was many times stronger than the lightning bolts outside. Before Ling Xiao's soul force could escape, it was immediately destroyed by the explosion. He immediately lost all sense of Ling Xiao's true body. A look of fear appeared on his face. He lifted the medicine cauldron and began to run with all his might. His speed was no slower than when he encountered the black and white giant eagle. After running for a few days, Ling Xiao finally stopped to catch his breath. He kept patting his chest and said, "Damn! What kind of spiritual beast is that? It's too scary. It just stared at me and it turned my avatar into ashes." Ling Xiao clearly remembered that before his soul avatar was destroyed, he saw a pair of terrifying lightning eyes, which terrified him. He was really afraid that the spiritual beast would chase after him. If that was the case, He wouldn't be able to deal with it even if there were 10 of him. Ling Xiao completely dispelled the idea of deliberately looking for a Thunder Attribute holy treasure. He began to fly at full speed away from the Thunder Sea forbidden area. He wanted to reach the Empyrean stronghold as soon as possible. Along the way, although Ling Xiao didn't look for any more holy treasures, he still obtained some good items with the wind and thunder attributes. After half a year of trekking, Ling Xiao finally reached the final barrier. As long as he broke through this barrier, he would be able to reach the heaven realm. Ling Xiao summoned Fei, Feng Qingyuan and Sha Tian to let them witness this moment. Once we break through this place, we'll reach the heaven realm. I think the barrier here must be the thickest. It's best if we work together to break through it. Ling Xiao suggested as he looked at the three of them. The three of them nodded at the same time, agreeing with Ling Xiao's suggestion. I can finally see Big Brother Evil Emperor. Feng Qingyuan thought excitedly in his heart. Under the full strength of the four of them, a few of their most powerful attacks struck the spatial barrier at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A small hole appeared in the spatial barrier, and the four of them entered at the same time. Just as they passed through the spatial barrier, all the rumbling thunder and the whistling of the wind completely disappeared, and the world returned to its original clarity. The four of them floated in the air, looking at the barren mountain in front of them that was in a sorry state, and they were instantly dumbfounded. There were many traces of battle on the barren mountain. The mountain ridges were ravaged with thousands of holes, and the pits were hundreds or even thousands of meters deep. It was obvious how intense the battle was. However, these traces seemed to have been left behind a long time ago. The four of them closed their eyes, hoping to feel the traces of consciousness left behind by the battle. Unfortunately, other than a few illusions of the battle, they couldn't see anything else. Is this the Heaven Realm stronghold? Why can't I feel anything special? Ling Xiao muttered to himself gloomily. The Heaven Realm stronghold was at the edge of the Heaven Realm, and it was the only way to reach the center of the Heaven Realm. He originally thought that the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was 100 times denser than the Xianling continent, and there would be countless strange flowers and plants. However, what he saw now was too far from what he had imagined, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Hee, don't be disappointed. This Heaven Realm stronghold is just a place where the great powers of the Heaven Realm send their disciples who don't have tenbin. It can be said that this is a barren land at the border, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi is only slightly stronger than the central region. Feng Qingyuan explained with a smile. From the looks of it, she seemed to know a lot of things. Master's wife, how do you know about this? Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan in surprise. Feng Qingyuan revealed a beautiful smile and said, Of course it was told to me when your master came back. Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied as he muttered, Master is too unkind. Back then, when I asked him about the situation in the Heaven Realm, he didn't tell me anything. He only said that I would know when I reached the Saint Realm. Now, I don't know where to go. Your master didn't expect you to reach the Saint Realm so quickly. Besides, this place isn't as serious as you think. As long as we keep a low profile, no one will care about us, because our strength is insignificant in the Heaven Realm. However, if we want to reach the true Heaven Realm, we must have enough travel expenses. Feng Qingyuan said again. At the side, Fei asked in puzzlement, What other travel expenses do we need? This is the Heaven Realm's place of exile, and if we want to reach the Heaven Realm, we must use the Heaven Passage Formation. This Heaven Passage Formation is controlled by the great powers here, and each person needs 10 million high-grade Xian crystals to enter and exit. These Xian crystals are not easy to obtain for ordinary people, but it won't be difficult for us. The most important thing for us to pay attention to is that there is only one chance to head to the Heaven Realm every year, and the quota is extremely limited. If we can't get a spot, we will have to wait until next year to have another chance. In addition, we must not offend the powers here. Even though they are exiled, they have half a holy emperor or even a holy emperor guarding them. Feng Qingyuan said, Holy Emperor. Haha. We will soon have a holy emperor on our side, so there's no need to be afraid of them. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Fei said from the side, Why is the quota limited? I don't know either. I only heard Xiao Er's master say that. Feng Qingyuan said. I think those people in the heaven realm might think that the people here are lowly and don't allow them to enter and leave as they please. Ling Xiao guessed. Don't think so much. Let's go. There is at least half a month's journey from here to the city. Once we reach the city, we will use the transmission array to go to the places under the jurisdiction of the great powers. Only there is a heaven passage formation there. Feng Qingyuan called out and flew in a direction. When the evil emperor returned to the central region, he had already told Feng Qingyuan about the situation here. It was so that Feng Qingyuan would know the direction when he came to the heaven realm. As the few of them flew, they realized that there were very few auras in this barren mountain range. There was not a single person to be seen, and there were even fewer spirit beasts. It was obvious that this was the poorest place in the heaven realm stronghold. After the group rushed for 10 days, they started to meet some people. Ling Xiao had thought that there would be saints everywhere, but he realized that these people also had the strength of an Empyrean. On the contrary, he had not met any saints with the strength of the mystic emperor. Ling Xiao asked in confusion, "Didn't they say that the heaven realm is a place where saints live? How can there be such a powerful existence?" Feng Qingyuan explained again, "Are you stupid? Who was born as a saint? Do you think that everyone here came from the mystic spirit continent? These people should be the original residents of the heaven realm stronghold. They have been here since they were born, and their strength has been cultivated bit by bit." Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm really stupid." When the group approached the city, they immediately retracted their auras and landed in front of the city. This city was the poorest city in the heaven realm stronghold, but it was not inferior to the 10 great cities in the central region. There were countless martial artists coming and going, and all of them were extremely capable. Empyrean and mystic emperor-level martial artists were actually walking around like cabbages. It did not seem like they were very arrogant. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao knew that although this was the place where the heaven realm was banished, it was already many times more prosperous than the central region. The few of them were not in a hurry to continue on their journey. They first found a place to stay in the city, and then they walked around the city, planning to understand more about the heaven realm stronghold and the situation in the heaven realm. However, before they had the time to understand the situation, they were targeted by others. Chapter 1000. Although this was the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Heavenly Region Fortress, he did not know that he was already on the list. This was because the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array that was set up under Wind Cloud City was in the Heavenly Region Fortress. Back then, when the Demon Array was broken by Ling Xiao, the owner of this place flew into a rage and posted Ling Xiao's appearance in the Heavenly Region Fortress. If anyone discovered that Ling Xiao was here, whoever caught him would be rewarded handsomely. Back then, the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array had issued this mission out of anger. One had to know that Ling Xiao was only a heavenly venerable at that time. If he wanted to come to the Heavenly Region Fortress from a place where spirit energy was scarce, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it would take thousands of years. However, the mission had already been issued, and it was not good to take it back. Thus, it was left there. In any case, no one could complete the mission, and there was no need to pay the reward. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this situation. He brought the three of them along the spacious official road, planning to look around and find someone to understand the situation here. However, before they had the chance to understand the situation, they immediately realized that they were being followed by someone. "We're being watched." Euro Fei transmitted a message to Ling Xiao to remind him. Ling Xiao had long sensed it and nodded. Let's see what they want first. They dare to come and find trouble with this little strength? Truly reckless. Feng Qingyuan was extremely disdainful. They all sensed that the person following them was not particularly strong. He was only at the mystic the arch realm. This kind of strength would be considered a super expert in the middle region. However, in their eyes, it was not even worth mentioning. Those people were obviously unable to see through Ling Xiao and company's strength. They only saw that they were so young and did not have much to worry about. There were more than 10 people on the other side. They quickly surrounded Ling Xiao and company. The leader, the high-level mystic the Arch, said, "I have something to say to you. Please follow us." His words were polite, but it was filled with killing intent and did not allow anyone to refuse. Sha Tian wanted to immediately deal with these people, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a hand gesture. "Yes, you do have something to say to us." Ling Xiao gently nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he forcefully sent his mental energy into the man's sea of knowledge. After the mystic Thearcha's expression became slightly sluggish, he respectfully led Ling Xiao and the others in a certain direction. They arrived at a decent manner. The rest of the people were left outside by the mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao and company swaggered into the hall and sat down. "You can tell us now. Why did you look for us?" Ling Xiao asked the Shen the Arch. The man replied honestly, "It's because the Mercenary Alliance has issued a mission related to you. Capturing you will give you a pot of spring water of life and 50 million high-grade profound crystals." "Oh? Just who would be so generous to actually want this consort's life?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He had only just arrived at the Empyrean stronghold, but he was already being targeted by an imaginary enemy. This was not good news at all. "It's a mission from the ghastly puppet sect, one of the 4 great forces." Emperor Xian replied. "Ghastly puppet sect? Tell me everything you know in detail." Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Immediately after, Emperor Xian roughly explained the distribution of the ghastly puppet sect and the other forces. The ghastly puppet sect was only the weakest of the 4 great forces in the Empyrean stronghold. However, its sect was mysterious and evil, and it specialized in refining puppets and corpse demons to survive. The other 3 great forces were the Myriad Sword sect, the Yang family, and the 100 Alliance race. There were also many other small and large forces scattered all over the place. Based on his understanding, the area of the Empyrean stronghold was actually 2 to 3 times larger than the Profound Spirit sect, and the strength of the various great powers was also extremely strong. For example, the Holy Emperor, who was the first person to be abandoned in the Heaven Realm, was present in these 4 great powers. After tens of thousands of years of development, they were already at the top, and no one dared to challenge their position. The Myriad Sword sect lived up to its name, and everyone in the sect used swords. It was the strongest of the 4 great powers, and the Yang family was a member of a branch of a superpower in the Heaven Realm. They had a noble bloodline, and even though they were abandoned, they were still doing well here. As for the 100 Alliance race, it was a large force formed by dozens of families. When facing a foreign enemy, they would form an alliance, and normally, they would have nothing to do with each other. Then is there a force called the Lotus sect among so many forces? It's the person with a lotus flower between his eyebrows. Ling Xiao asked the Emperor Xian after listening. This was related to Yun Mengqi's whereabouts, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to keep it in mind. When the Emperor Xian heard this, he revealed a look of respect and said, "The people from the Lotus sect in our Empyrean stronghold are long gone. They have all returned to the Heaven Realm. If they didn't leave, they wouldn't be any weaker than the 4 great powers." "What? They returned to the Heaven Realm? What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. I just heard that a divine body was born in their generation. After that, their bishop found out and brought them all back to the Heaven Realm." The Emperor Xian said. "So that's how it is." Ling Xiao muttered and then asked a lot of related questions. In the end, he only knew that there were countless big powers in the Heaven Realm, and the space there was hundreds of times more than here. There were even real gods. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others were all in a daze. However, the mystic the Arch added that he had only read about it in some ancient records and had never actually been to the Heaven region. The truth had yet to be verified. However, the valuable information that Ling Xiao received was that in about half a year, the annual opening of the Heavenly Array would only allow 100 people to enter. Every year, the competition for the slots for the Heaven Connecting Formation was extremely intense. Saints and even saint kings from various forces would participate. Many young prodigies would head to the Heaven region to improve themselves. There were also many people who were unwilling to stay in the Heaven region strongholds and would fight for the slots. Therefore, every year, at that time, the heavenly array would be filled with rivers of blood and corpses. Without a certain level of strength, anyone who went would only die. With so few spots, it seems like we have to be fully prepared. Ling Xiao pondered. If the Holy Emperor were to join the heavenly array, then everything would be different. With their combined strength, it would be difficult for them to be a match for any of the Holy Emperor. Then what do you think we should do? Euro Fei asked Ling Xiao. She was already his woman, and now she would listen to this enemy's arrangements. Increase your strength. Only the Holy Emperor can firmly take the top 100 spots. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes revealed a bright light. With Ro Fei and Sha Tian's strength, they both have a chance to advance to the Holy Emperor. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through in just half a year. Feng Qingyuan said from the side. Master's wife, don't worry. With me here, they will definitely succeed. I will refine a saint pellet for you so that you can advance further. Ling Xiao said with certainty. Don't worry about me. With the wind stabilizing stone, I am confident that I can advance further in half a year. Back then, your master left me some things, which will be of great use now. Feng Qingyuan replied. Master is truly biased. Back then, he didn't leave anything for me. Ling Xiao said gloomily. Your master is also doing this for your own good. He is afraid that you will rely too much on external forces and shake your foundation. Feng Qingyuan said. How do we deal with the Yin puppet sect? Euro Fei asked. Ignore it for now. I still don't know what's going on. No matter how many of them come, I will kill them all. As long as the Holy Emperor doesn't make a move. Ling Xiao said. In the following days, Ling Xiao and the rest did not leave the city for the time being. He instructed Sha Tian and the Emperor Xian to purchase all sorts of high-level spirit herbs and Tier 8 beast cores. Ling Xiao had to be completely prepared before he planned to rush to the heaven-connecting formation. Euro Fei and Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, were focused on cultivation. The two girls had obtained saint treasures of the corresponding attributes when they passed through the 9 checkpoints, which would allow their strength to increase once again. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call Xian Yao out. He had to know what to do next in order to be safe. Right now, Xian Yao had already successfully broken through to the low-level Emperor Xian cultivation. With the help of Ling Xiao's supreme-grade Emperor Xian pellet, his strength had increased by another level. Fraud. Quickly make a few divination and see if this trip will be good or bad. Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao. Palace Mistress, when did you believe in this? Didn't you say that my little skill was a lie? Xian Yao smiled faintly. Enough with the nonsense. This is the first time I've come to the Empyrean Fortress, and I've already been targeted. There's a Saint Emperor there. I just want to know when I've gotten myself into such trouble. Could it be that there's someone here who looks like me and I've fallen into the wrong trap? Palace Mistress, don't be anxious. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. Let me take a look. Xian Yao comforted him and took out something that looked like a turtle shell. He took it out and shook it a few times before opening it. Xian Yao muttered to himself as he looked at the direction of the divination. His brows gradually furrowed. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, How is it? The main danger is the Yin demon, located in the Big Dipper, and there's a heavenly demon acting violently. The star blood is opened. This is a sign of great misfortune. Xian Yao said very seriously. Yin demon, heavenly demon? What's that? Ling Xiao asked confusedly. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had faced countless life and death battles. This was the first time he felt uneasy. I might know who this Yin demon is. This heavenly demon is a malefic star that descended from the heavens. Wherever he appears, blood will flow like a river. His baleful aura is very heavy. I don't know who he is, but I'm sure he's with the Yin demon. However, according to the divination, the heavenly demon is still under the Yin demon. Maybe he hasn't fully grown yet. Xian Yao said. Then tell me who the Yin demon is first. Ling Xiao asked. He had made many enemies in the central region, but he really couldn't think of anyone he had offended in the heavenly region stronghold. If I'm not wrong, This demon should be the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation, Xian Yao said with certainty. The Demon Child formation that was broken under Wind Cloud City? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the terrifying demon that had appeared twice. Chapter 1001. After knowing the potential enemies, Ling Xiao didn't think about how to avoid them as that wasn't his character. Ling Xiao asked Sha Tian and the mystic the arch named Shi to buy a lot of high-grade spirit herbs and beast cores before leaving this place immediately. He had to bring Eurofei and Sha Tian to the Holy Emperor realm in order to guarantee his strength. Eurofei and Sha Tian were on the same level as each other, but she didn't have many light attribute holy items in her hands. It would be difficult for her to reach the Holy Emperor realm. Anyway, Sha Tian had the 10,000-year geocentric spring and Ling Xiao's 10,000-year tree fruit. With the combination of the two, he had a 70% chance of breaking through successfully. After making the decision, Ling Xiao and his group arrived at a desolate forest and let Sha Tian and his spirit beasts break through first. Ling Xiao had made the greatest preparations. He got Xian Yao to set up the spirit-absorbing array and got Yu Rofei and Feng Qing Yuan to protect him, making sure that nothing would go wrong. After doing all these, Ling Xiao handed a lot of 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit to Sha Tian. Sha Tian had been waiting for this day for a long time. His soul spirit might have been branded with a high-grade mental curse by Ling Xiao, but it didn't hinder his thoughts. After adjusting for 3 days and 3 nights, Sha Tian was in peak condition. He consumed the 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit. He activated the mystic art in his body and tried his best to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The heavenly domain fortress was the poorest place in the heaven region. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was still more than 10 times denser than the mystic spirit continent. There was also a thin source of energy here which was enough for someone to suddenly reach the Holy Emperor realm. Half a month later, a strange phenomenon descended near Ling Xiao and the others. 2 halos of wood and water energy continuously hovered above them and didn't dissipate for a long time. The natural energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely sucked dry. This attracted the attention of many experts nearby. Only the Holy Emperor is capable of draining all the spiritual qi in this area. Looks like someone else has broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Which lucky guy managed to get his hands on origin energy? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do it with just the impurities in the world. It's better to hide a little further away. If he succeeds in his breakthrough, it won't be worth it to start with us first. Looks like this year's Battle of Tongtian is going to be another bloodbath. The peerless experts in the surroundings all sensed the changes in the world and let out sighs one after another. When all the visions were over, Sha Tian really did suddenly enter the realm of the Holy Emperor. That domineering aura shattered several mountains in the surroundings into dust. That terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, slashing out terrifying sword marks one after another. Haha! I finally entered the realm of the Holy Emperor. Thank you, Master. Sha Tian laughed excitedly. It's good to keep a low profile. Quickly retract your aura. Don't hurt us, Ling Xiao said, looking at him from afar. He could clearly feel that Sha Tian had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He could destroy a part of the world with just a wave of his hand. Compared to before, the difference was like heaven and earth. With such a holy emperor as his bodyguard, he felt more at ease. In this strange environment, the stronger one was, the more secure one would be. After Sha Tian entered the realm of Saint, Ling Xiao set off again. This time, he rushed to the territory of the Yang family, one of the 4 great forces. The reason why he chose to go to the Yang family first was because the Yang family had a good reputation in the heavenly region stronghold. They rarely bullied others, and there was a transmission array in the city directly under the Yang family that led directly to the heaven-connecting formation. Other than that, Ling Xiao mainly wanted to take a look around the Yang family's territory to see if he could find a suitable holy object for Eurofei's breakthrough. After all, light attribute spiritual objects were not easy to find. If even such a great force could not find one, then he would not know where to go to find it. With Shi leading the way, after more than a month of travel, after passing through dozens of transmission arrays, they finally arrived at the Yang family city. This city was extremely grand and magnificent. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast, and its aura was extraordinary. Ancient and sturdy buildings, 100-meter-wide official roads, powerful warriors coming and going, dazzling shops. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The majesty and prosperity of this place were simply unimaginable. When compared to it, the so-called 10 great cities of the Central Territory could only be considered as small and remote cities that had fallen behind the Central Territory. On the official roads, many city guards were patrolling solemnly. They were all Empyrean-level city guards, and they displayed an inviolable aura. The leader was even a martial artist with the cultivation of the mystic the Arch. Only a big city like this would allow the mystic the Arch to be a city guard. If it was in the middle region, all the factions would treat them as grand elders. Ling Xiao and the others walked for half a day, but they had only walked through 1/10 of the city. They also had a preliminary understanding of Yang Jiaqing. The group chose a relatively luxurious restaurant and walked in. There were Empyrean martial artists in charge of the restaurants here, and they also provided all kinds of spirit beast meat for the guests to choose from. There were also delicious spirit fruits and jade ores. These things were all good goods that could be taken out to be auctioned in the middle region, but here they could only be used as food for others. It was no wonder that everyone here was so strong. At this time, Ling Xiao had already kept Sha Tian into the medicine cauldron. He didn't want to be too high profile. It would be too easy to attract attention. A holy emperor might be strong, but in this unfamiliar place, there were still many holy emperors around. It was better to be low-key. Ling Xiao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Xian Yao had just sat down to eat when a group of people squeezed in from outside the restaurant. As these people entered, there was a small commotion in the restaurant. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She had a classic oval face, a pair of eyes that were filled with spring and apricot. Her nose was sharp, and her lips were alluring. Her well-developed figure was outlined vividly by the green silk. Her arms were exposed, and on one of her arms, there were a few beautiful bracelets. Balls of powerful energy were emitted, and it was obvious that these bracelets were extraordinary. There was a middle-aged man and 6 young men following behind her. All of them looked extraordinarily handsome, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had an extraordinary bearing. 7th young lady is here. Your seat has been reserved for you. A heavenly venerable innkeeper greeted the beautiful woman respectfully. This woman was a direct descendant of the Yang clan, and the granddaughter of the current clan leader, Yang Bixiang. She was only 18 years old, but she already had the strength of an earth sovereign. Her cultivation level was extremely high, and she was the focus of the Yang clan's new generation. The middle-aged man following behind her was an elder of the Yang clan, and he was already a half-saint. The other young masters were all young masters of other clans, and they were all at the earth sovereign level. They were all eyeing Yang Bixiang, hoping to capture the heart of this beauty, and then hitch a ride on the Yang clan's ship. Yang Bixiang was like a proud little princess. She raised her beautiful eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Let's follow the old rules. Remember to bring a few jars of 1,000 years green leaf wine. All right, 7th young lady, please take a seat first. We'll be right there." The innkeeper responded and retreated. Yang Bixiang walked towards her position, and the people behind her followed suit. Yang Bixiang glared at the young men and said with disgust, "What are you all doing? You're so annoying." It wasn't easy for her to leave the clan, and she was being pestered by a few flies. How could she not be annoyed? A young man in blue smiled and said, "Xiang, if you don't like it, then I'll sit to the side and not be an eyesore to you." A strong young man looked at Yang Bixiang and said, "Xiang, you should know my feelings for you. Tell me, what kind of man do you like? I'll do my best to achieve it." "Xiao Han, do you think you're worthy of Xiang? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" An arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. The young man called Xiaohan shouted back, Su Zhang, if you have the guts, then say it. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Su Zhang did not look down on him and said, Come, let's compete today. Whoever loses will leave, and you're not allowed to pester Xiangxiang anymore. What do you think? All right, I agree. Otherwise, even Xiangxiang will hate us. Another young man replied. The young men spoke one after another, but none of them made a move. At this moment, Yang Biqing looked in a direction out of boredom, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a few rays of light. She stood up and walked towards a direction. Surprisingly, it was the direction where Ling Xiao and the others were. At this moment, the Yang clan's half-saint stopped in front of Yang Biqing and said, Seventh Miss, don't go over. I can't see their strength clearly. Uncle Wang, what are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going over to cause trouble. I'm just trying to make friends with them, Yang Biqing said. Having said that, Yang Biqing avoided the half-step saint and went to the table where Ling Xiao and the others were sitting. She praised, Two big sisters are really beautiful. I wonder if Biqing can have a drink with you? Feng Qingyuan was the first to reply. Since this little sister is in such a good mood, then there's naturally no problem. Hee hee. Then thank you, big sister. Yang Biqing laughed and sat down on an empty seat. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy, because the moment this girl came over, the other youths also squeezed over. The atmosphere immediately changed, and his appetite also became tasteless. However, he could also tell that the middle-aged man beside the girl had the strength of a half-step saint. Looking at the attitude of the people here towards the girl, she must be someone of status, so it was not good for him to not give her face. Little sister, what's your name? Aren't you afraid that we're bad people? Feng Qingyuan asked Yang Biqing. No matter how I look at it, big sister doesn't look like a bad person. Moreover, this is our Yang family's territory. No one dares to act recklessly. Oh right, my name is Yang Biqing. What's your name? Yang Biqing revealed an innocent expression as she spoke. From time to time, her gaze would glance at Ling Xiao, and her heart would beat a little faster. She thought to herself, he's really handsome, much stronger than those boring fellows. No wonder these two big sisters are willing to follow him. At this time, the young man called Su Zhang looked at Ling Xiao and Shen Yao and said, Hey, the two of you, sit on the other side. Don't hinder me. Chapter 1002. In the Yang clan's territory, although they were the only ones, there would still be many powerful subsidiary forces. And the 6 youths that had been pestering Yang Biqiang belonged to the best of the Yang clan's subsidiary forces. Su Zhang was a direct descendant of the Su clan, and it was only with the permission of the clan that he dared to pursue Yang Biqiang. When he saw Yang Biqiang constantly glancing at Ling Xiao, a flame of jealousy rose in his heart. He could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from Ling Xiao, and only treated him as an ordinary martial artist. Even if he was an Empyrean or Emperor Xian, there was no difference in his eyes. Moreover, he had also seen Yu Roufei and Feng Qingyuan, these two exquisite beauties. They were even more alluring than Yang Biqiang, this pure and innocent girl. Therefore, if he wanted to chase away these two men in front of him, he might be able to get some peace. Not only Su Zhang, but the other young men were also staring blankly at Yu Roufei and Feng Qingyuan. They couldn't even move their feet, as if they wanted to pounce on these two beauties and ravage them ruthlessly. Ling Xiao raised his eyes to look at Su Zhang, then ignored him and continued to drink. Xian Yao shook the white paper lightly and said, There are still a lot of empty seats over there. If you want to sit, you can do as you please. Su Zhang did not expect the two people in front of him to be so untactful. He immediately revealed a sinister expression and said, Don't be so untactful. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Yang Biqiang immediately said unhappily, Su Zhang, what do you mean? You actually dare to threaten my friend in front of me? Xiang, I'm doing this for your own good. These two people are obviously not good people. Maybe they're spies who want to get close to you and join the Yang clan, Su Zhang said. Relying on the fact that this was the Yang clan's territory and their Su clan's prestige here was not weak, He was not afraid of directly slandering the people in front of him. In any case, if they didn't know what was good for them, then they could just wait to die. After Su Zhang started, another young man behind him echoed, "That's right, Xiang Xiang. Don't be fooled by their appearances. Who knows what they're planning to do to you?" Following that, a few other youths also chimed in. Only the young man named Xiao Han did not say anything. It was true that he liked Yang Bixiang, but he would not use such a despicable method to slander others. After all, Yang Bixiang had known him in the past. "Have you said enough? If you're done, then scram. Otherwise, I'll throw all of you out of here." Ling Xiao picked his ears and looked at these jealous youths with disdain. This time, the few youths were indignant. They were all descendants of the various great clans here, and they were usually very arrogant. Even the mystic Thearka's martial experts would have to take a detour if they saw them. They did not expect this fellow in front of them to be so arrogant and say such things. "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word death." Su Zheng shouted and raised his hand to wrap around Ling Xiao's face. Pa! A very loud and ear-piercing sound rang out. However, it wasn't Su Zheng who had hit Ling Xiao's face. Su Zheng's face had already been imprinted with a 5-finger mark, and a few of his front teeth had been knocked out. His entire body was sent flying several meters away, crashing into a number of tables and chairs. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They did not expect that the one who hit him would be sent flying by someone else instead of succeeding. "I don't care if you guys are fighting for my favor or jealous. In short, don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly King comes, I will still let you guys have a good time." Ling Xiao did not even look at Su Zheng as he raised his wine and took a sip. His appearance was rather cold and unrestrained. Yang Bixiang's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, "How manly! You really have guts. You actually dared to hit the Su family's young master here. It seems like you won't be able to leave this place alive." A young man gloated. "Pa!" Another crisp and ear-piercing sound of a palm strike rang out. The young man who spoke immediately followed in Su Zheng's footsteps. The other 4 youths all took a few steps back, not daring to approach Ling Xiao, afraid that he would hit them as well. Su Zheng had already crawled up. He covered his face and glared at Ling Xiao angrily as he shouted, "If you have the guts, don't leave. I will definitely make you regret coming to this world." With that, he immediately rushed out of the dining hall. The other young man who was beaten also glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and quickly followed him out. "Xiao, why are you so impulsive? You've caused trouble this time." Feng Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Isn't it all because of the little girl by your side? Let her settle it later." Yang Bixiang was immediately unwilling. She puffed out her chest and said, "Who are you calling a little girl? How am I small?" Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Bixiang's well-developed chest and immediately coughed lightly. "It was a pure slip of the tongue, all right? I should have said that you are a little sister." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "You saw it too. They are looking for trouble for you. If they bring people over later, you will have to take care of them." Although Yang Bixiang was a beauty, in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a little girl. He couldn't have the slightest desire to possess her, and spoke with the tone of an elder. "Who do you think you are? I only came here for the sake of the 2 beautiful sisters. I don't want to interfere in your matters, nor can I." "Who told you to be so ruthless? But it's quite satisfying," Yang Bixiang said with some joy. She wanted to see what methods this man had to settle this matter. One had to know that the people from the Su and Zhou families were not pushovers. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Bixiang's words fell, there was another commotion outside the dining hall. Not many people came in. Other than Su Zheng and another young man, Zhou Ming, who had left and returned, there were 4 middle-aged men. These 4 middle-aged men were impressively at the Mystic the Arch level, and one of them had reached the high-level Mystic the Arch level. Among these 4 people, 2 were elders of the Su family, and the other 2 were elders of the Zhou family. They were Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's guardian elders, and they had been outside the whole time. "It's this brat who injured me. Cripple him," Su Zheng pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted angrily. Cripple him. Tai Ping he. I want him to live a life worse than death. Zhou Ming revealed a sinister expression. As their voices fell, the four mystic thearchs behind them walked towards Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Yang Bixiang, they all revealed a look of fear. However, since their young master had already spoken, it should not involve the Yang family. Brat, come with us. Let us young men deal with you. One of the mystic thearchs said as he reached out to grab Ling Xiao's shoulder. This was a grappling claw technique. It was like an eagle's claw, and it carried a fierce and sharp aura. Take off your filthy claws. Ling Xiao turned to the side and shouted at the mystic thearch. This voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, shattering the eardrums of the mystic thearch, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Bang! He directly smashed into the opposite wall, and he lost consciousness. Everyone present was stunned. Who would have thought that someone could send a mystic thearch flying with just a shout? What kind of strength was needed to do that? Go and die. The other person with the mystic thearch shouted as a high-grade spirit artifact appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He had already used all his strength, and he wanted to finish off Ling Xiao with one move. Unfortunately, before his all-out attack could land on Ling Xiao's head, it was caught by Ling Xiao's two fingers. Don't think that I don't dare to kill here. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he spoke faintly. He exerted strength in his fingers, and the huge saber was snapped into two. Swish! The broken blade immediately cut off the mystic thearch's hair, and a lock of hair fell down, scaring the mystic thearch so much that his legs went soft. It was true that he was Su Zheng's protector elder, but he did not want to die for no reason. The other two mystic thearchs did not dare to make a move. They did not need to guess to know that the other party was probably a sage. Even if there were more than 10 of them, they would not be a match for him. When Su Zheng and Zhou Ming saw this scene, their bodies and minds went cold. This time they had kicked a steel plate. However, even if the young man before them was a sage, he might not dare to kill them. Otherwise, the members of their clans would not let him off. Why aren't all of you leaving? What a disgrace! Yang Bixiang berated the young men. The young men knew that it was difficult to regain face in a short period of time, so they could only leave helplessly. However, Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's eyes were filled with indescribable resentment and unwillingness. On the other hand, the mystic thearchs hurriedly left the dining hall. Let's go. I'm afraid that trouble will come knocking on our door one after another, Feng Qingyuan suggested. She was experienced and knowledgeable. The disciples of these powers always thought that they were the pride of the heavens and had never suffered any setbacks. Now that they had been humiliated by Ling Xiao, they would definitely not let the matter rest. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yang Bixiang spoke from the side. Big sister, don't be anxious. With me here, they won't dare to do anything to you. For some reason, when she saw these two beautiful sisters, she couldn't help but get close to them. At the same time, she became slightly infatuated with Ling Xiao. What she liked was this kind of handsome and domineering man. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He was much stronger than the little brats she had followed and grew up under her father's shadow. He was the ideal Prince Charming in her dreams. Little sister, you should leave us obediently. If you don't leave, we'll be in even more trouble. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Yang Bixiang. Yang Bixiang was infuriated. Normally, many men would come to curry favor with her. Why did this person want to chase them away? She said angrily, "This is our Yang family's territory. With me here, no one dares to bully you. It was just an accident." Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Feng Qingyuan spoke again. "Xiao don't be so fragrant. Aren't we going to buy some sacred objects? Isn't it better to have Xiang Xiang as our guide?" "That's right. No one is more familiar with this place than me." Yang Bixiang clapped her hands excitedly. Chapter 1003. Yang Bixiang circled around Ling Xiao and the others like a lark, chirping non-stop. She kept introducing the various specialties of Yang family city, as well as the distribution of the various shops. As she spoke, she would occasionally sneak a peek at Ling Xiao, her heart beating non-stop, and her face flushed red from time to time. Feng Qingyuan was an experienced person. She had a lot of experience, so of course she could sense Yang Bixiang's strangeness. She thought to herself, Xiao is really popular with girls. To think that even a little sister like her is infatuated with him. She's not much worse than Big Brother Evil Emperor back then. This was something that couldn't be helped. Ling Xiao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds ever since he started cultivating. Now that he had reached the peak of the low-level Saint Realm, he still maintained his handsome appearance of a young man in his early 20s. Furthermore, his appearance would always be maintained, coupled with his holy aura and the aura of an emperor that had always been in a high position. Although he had restrained it, it still gave off a feeling of worship. Along the way, Ling Xiao did not feel that Yang Bixiang was annoying. She was not scheming, and was rather innocent. He felt that she was a rather cute little sister. It was just that Ling Xiao was preoccupied with other matters, so he did not have the mood to chat. As they walked, Ling Xiao discovered that there were many tales, and among them were the auras of two saints. They did not reveal any hostility, but they did not leave Yang Bixiang's side. It was obvious that they were secretly maintaining Yang Bixiang's saint realm. The Yang family is indeed worthy of being a great power in the heavenly domain stronghold. They even sent out a saint as a guard. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. We're here, this is the largest shop in our Yang family city. There are all sorts of high-grade spirit treasures and even saint treasures inside. As long as you have enough Xian crystal, it won't be a problem to trade. Yang Bixiang brought Ling Xiao and the rest to a shop called Spirit Medicine Pavilion and said, this shop occupied the largest area in the vicinity. There were a total of 6 entrances, and there were a lot of warriors squeezing in. Could be seen that the sales volume was huge. Ling Xiao and the rest followed Yang Bixiang in. There were all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, high-grade beast cores, and some strange things on the display cabinets. 7th young mistress, you're here. A mystic the middle-aged man walked out and greeted Yang Bixiang respectfully. Well, I've brought a few friends over to have a look. You can go and do your own things. Yang Bixiang waved her hand in a very imposing manner, then turned around and said, let's go upstairs. These are just ordinary goods. The 2nd floor was dedicated to selling elixirs, while the 3rd floor was a combination of spirit herbs and elixirs. However, the grade of the elixirs and elixirs on the 3rd floor were higher than those on the first 2 floors. Only spirit herbs and elixirs of the 7th rank or above could be displayed here. Ling Xiao and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the spiritual herbs and elixirs here, because these things were extremely difficult to find in the central territory, yet they were as obvious as ordinary goods here. For example, mid-level 7 7-star golden vine, high-level 7 red purple blue flower, top grade 7th grade mystic emperor pill, 7th grade bone replenishing regeneration pill. As expected of the place closest to the heaven realm. These spirit flowers and herbs are so easy to see, and 7th grade medicinal pills are not rare either. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Yang Bixiang saw that it was rare for Ling Xiao to speak, so she immediately asked with a smile, aren't you guys from the stronghold? Could it be that you came down from the heavenly region? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. We came from an even more backward place. Liar, you're so powerful. How could you come from a backward place? Have you been cultivating in some other place where there are few people? Yang Bixiang said in disbelief. Ling Xiao smiled but did not explain. On the other hand, Feng Qingyuan said from the side, we are people from another continent, and we are preparing to head to the heaven realm. A person from another continent? Can't be that barbarian land, right? Yang Bixiang revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed, what barbarian land? Feng Qingyuan asked in confusion. Yang Bixiang pointed in a direction and said, there are records in the ancient books that there are many barbarians who have been isolated outside of the heaven realm. They are said to be the first people to be abandoned for millions of years. They are rough, barbaric, and have low intelligence. Before she could finish speaking, she felt the unfriendly gazes of a few people, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth were held back. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Maybe it's the truth. We also went through a lot of hardships to get here. You can be considered the first friend we came into contact with. If you think our status is low, then please do as you please. If it was anyone else who was called a barbarian or a mentally retarded person, they would feel uncomfortable." Yang Bixiang immediately felt wronged, and tears almost flowed down her cheeks. Feng Qingyun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xiang probably didn't mean that. She was just following the records in the ancient books. "That's right. It's not like I said anything bad about you guys," Yang Bixiang said in a fit of pique. This was the first time she had suffered such a huge grievance in her life. Fraud. Let's take a look around and see if there are any spirit herbs that are suitable for you. Ling Xiao changed the topic and said to Shen Yao, I naturally can't let go of good things." Shen Yao rubbed his hands and said, he was only at the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. If he wanted to go further, he naturally had to work hard. The 7th level spirit herbs here were of great use to him, but he didn't know if he could find any light attribute spirit herbs. After walking around, Shen Yao was overjoyed. He thought that light attribute spirit grasses were difficult to find, but there were many that he needed here. This was enough for him to speed up his cultivation. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately took out Shen crystals to buy all the light attribute spirit herbs. The price was originally more expensive than other spirit herbs of the same level, but with Yang Bixiang around, the price was directly reduced by more than half. Little sister, brother's words were too heavy just now. Don't take it to heart. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still said to this little girl with a yawn. Yang Bixiang revealed a victorious smile and said, I'm not as petty as you. Are there any higher-level spirit items? Euro Fei asked. Seeing that Shen Yao had found a lot of 7th-level spirit herbs, she was also extremely thirsty to find 8th or even 9th-level holy items so that her strength could improve further. Of course, all the holy items above are 8th level and above. Ordinary people can't go up without a VIP card. But with this young lady here, you don't have to worry. Yang Bixiang said straightforwardly. Then I'll have to trouble Xiang. After we buy the holy items, I'll definitely get Xiao to give you some good things. Feng Qingyuan laughed and teased. He who wants it. Yang Bixiang laughed shyly. As the 7th young lady of the Yang family, she usually didn't have anything she wanted. But in her heart, she still hoped that Ling Xiao could express something. When everyone went up to the 4th floor, they found that it was extremely quiet. There weren't many people here, and the decorations were also a lot less. The first thing Ling Xiao saw was a huge bonsai stone placed in the center of the pavilion. It was in the shape of a human, and its entire body was dark green. It emitted waves of aura that made people feel relaxed and comfortable when they approached it. This is at least a 50,000-year-old spirit calming jade. This is a treasure that can condense all kinds of spiritual energy and origin energy. Is actually placed here? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Yang Bixiang explained with a smile. These are all extremely precious saint treasures. Naturally, there is a need for this kind of gentle saint treasure to gather all kinds of pure energy to maintain the vitality of all the saint treasures. However, in the entire Yang family city, only we have a piece of spirit calming jade here. Ling Xiao and the rest began to look around at the things here, and their eyes began to burn with passion. This was because every single spirit herb here was above the 8th level, and they were all sacred objects that were hard to find even with 1,000 crystals. Let's see if there are any holy items that are suitable for you. However, the prices here are quite expensive, so I can only ask them to give you a 20% discount. Yang Bixiang stuck out her tongue and put on a cute face as she said this. That's right. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Bixiang leading the way, they wouldn't have arrived here so quickly, and they might not even have been able to enter. This is a middle stage 8 green wind fruit and a high stage 8 wind floating flower. When Feng Qingyuan saw the 2 stage 8 wind attribute spirit herbs, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Mistress, Don't be too excited. There are still a lot of good things over there. Take your time to take a look, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Although there were a lot of hidden goods here, compared to the ones in Ling Xiao's medicinal cauldron, it was still far from enough. It was just that Ling Xiao was unable to use the spirit herbs inside as he pleased. This had always been a matter that made him depressed. At this time, Eurofei also discovered a lot of stage 8 light attribute spirit herbs. However, these spirit herbs were still not enough for her to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. She had to have stage 9 spirit herbs. Although these spirit herbs weren't of much use to Eurofei, they were still sacred objects that were hard to come by for the Shenyao Empress. Ling Xiao couldn't help but choose a lot of stage 8 spirit herbs. Other than the wind and light attributes, he also bought a lot of other attributes. When Yang Bixiang saw that Ling Xiao had chosen so many spirit herbs, she was immediately tongue-tied. She was worried that Ling Xiao didn't have enough Shen crystals to buy these spirit herbs. Xiao do you have enough Shen crystals to buy so many? We still need to leave some for our daily expenses, Feng Qingyuan said worriedly. When she was in the central region, she was also the leader of the Feng family. Naturally, she had a lot of Shen crystals in her spatial ring. However, she felt that it wasn't enough to buy so many spirit herbs at once. That was because each spirit herb was at a sky-high price. To buy more than 100 of them at once, one could imagine how huge the amount needed was. I still have a lot of Shen crystals here, Eurofei said from the side. She was the deputy sect leader of the Holy Yin cult and also a peak saint. Naturally, her collection over the years was quite abundant. Don't worry. Don't forget that I have another identity. I can still afford this amount of Shen crystals. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said. Then, he asked all the attendants to bring the spirit herbs to the cashier to settle the bill. The manager in charge of collecting the Shen crystals was also surprised when he saw Ling Xiao and the others buy so many spirit herbs at once. Uncle Wan, these are my friends. You have to give them a discount, Yang Bixiang said to the manager. Chapter 1004. This steward had the strength of a high-level Shen emperor. He had long noticed Ling Xiao and the others. They must have been brought here by their 7th miss, so he had to pay special attention to them. Now that he saw them sweep through so many spirit herbs, he couldn't help but pay attention to them. The steward smiled respectfully and said, 7th miss, I know what to do. This is the biggest business our medicine spirit pavilion has had recently, so we will naturally give you a discount. After some calculations, these spirit herbs cost a total of more than 500 million high-grade profound crystals. Even the 4th-grade forces would find it difficult to take out this amount of money, and even the 3rd-grade forces would feel a lot of pressure if they wanted to take it out. But who was Ling Xiao? He had been accumulating money ever since he started his career, and he had even excavated a top-grade crystal mine. After he established the Smiling Palace, most of the elixirs sold in the auction were sold by him, and most of the income went into his pocket. It was impossible for him not to be rich. However, before he left, he also left behind a lot of profound crystals for his woman and the palace to use. After taking out 500 million high-grade profound crystals, his profound crystals immediately shrank. However, with his identity, it was not difficult to earn profound crystals. After all, an alchemist was a wealthy profession. In addition, when he passed through the 9 spatial checkpoints, he had also obtained a large number of top-grade fire profound crystals. That value was not inferior to these spirit herbs at all. Since it's 7th Mrs. Friend, then this old man will take 480 million high-grade profound crystals. The steward stated the total amount he wanted to collect and directly reduced the price by 30 to 40 million. It was considered fair. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pay the profound crystals, Yang Bixiang spoke again. For 150 million, such a big business, if we don't give them a discount, how would they dare to come next time? Oh, my lady, this is a family business. If you can earn a little more, why not? You're actually helping outsiders cut the price. The steward felt his heart ache. He didn't care about going against Yang Bixiang's wishes. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. After Ling Xiao paid the profound crystals, Yang Bixiang's beautiful eyes shone with a bright light. She never thought that Ling Xiao would be so rich, to be able to casually spend more than 400 million profound crystals. Even a young miss like her felt that it was inconceivable. She felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more charming. Not only was he handsome, but he was also powerful and had a huge fortune. Wasn't this the ideal man in any girl's heart? Ling Xiao kept most of the spirit herbs and then gave the wind and light attribute spirit herbs to Feng Qingyuan and Xianyao. Ling Xiao looked at the disappointed Euro Fei and comforted her. Don't worry. I think the dignified Yang family will not only have such a small collection, they will not take out the real good things to look at others. Then, he turned to Yang Bixiang and asked, Little girl, you should have better things here, right? Take us to see. Yang Bixiang revealed a troubled expression and said, There are still some sacred objects, but I don't have the authority to bring you guys up to see. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a loud and clear voice called out, Xiang Xiang is here, yet you didn't greet Third Master. Do you not remember Third Master, this old man? An old man in his 50s walked down from upstairs. In reality, this old man was already thousands of years old. It was just that he was extremely energetic and did not look particularly old. His strength had already reached the peak of the middle stage saint realm. Third Grandpa. When Yang Bixiang saw the person, she cried out in alarm and ran towards the old man like a swallow. Yang Ke smiled as he caressed Yang Bixiang's hair. You little girl, how come you have the time to bring your friends here today? As he spoke, he looked towards Ling Xiao and the others, his eyes flashing with a bright light. I just met a few friends. They said they wanted to buy spirit herbs, so I brought them here to patronize our family's business. Yang Bixiang explained. Hee hee, you little girl, you know how to do business, but your friends are not simple. Even I can't see through them. Yang Ke smiled faintly. Don't worry, Third Grandpa. They won't harm me. Just now, they bought a few 100 million worth of spirit herbs here. Yang Bixiang said with a bit of a flaunt. Making a business worth hundreds of millions in one go was a big deal that was rare even in auctions. Then, Yang Bixiang acted as the middleman and introduced Ling Xiao and the others to Yang Ke. Oh right, Third Grandpa, they want to go up and have a look. I wonder if that's okay? Yang Bixiang said to Yang Ke cautiously. It seemed that she was afraid that her third grandpa would be angry. Yang Ke frowned slightly and said, You should know that only holy elders with status can enter. Don't talk to me about this next time. All of the things on the top were the best of the holy objects, and there were not many collections. Moreover, this matter was of great importance, so Mo Shang and the others were absolutely not allowed to enter. Even the direct descendants of the younger generation of the Yang family could not go up easily. Yang Bixiang felt a little wronged and said, I know, Third Grandpa. Yang Ke didn't want to blame Yang Bixiang too much. He immediately smiled and said, You must have bought what you needed. Xiang, this child, will not accompany you. She will stay here and talk to this old man. In addition, I will ask someone to make a VIP card for you. You can buy in our Yang family's industry at a discount. After saying that, he ignored Ling Xiao and the others and pulled Yang Bixiang upstairs. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Elder Yang, please wait. I have something to show you. With that, a bottle of pure white liquid appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a wave of pure and vast energy instantly permeated the pavilion. At this time, there were a few hidden auras in the pavilion fluctuating a few times. Ling Xiao closed the bottle cap again and looked at Yang Ke casually. Yang Ke's beard instantly rose high, and his old eyes exuded a strong sense of greed. Good thing. This is definitely a good thing. Little friend Ling Xiao, can you tell me what kind of holy liquid this is? Ling Xiao said with a smile. 10,000 years geocentric spring. This time, Yang Ke's expression became even more praiseworthy. He instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said, Can you buy it for me? Ling Xiao didn't expect Yang Ke to have such a big reaction. He instantly took 2 steps back and looked at Yang Ke vigilantly. Yang Ke awkwardly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, That, little friend Ling Xiao, This old man was just excited for a moment. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. If Elder Yang needs this 10,000 years geocentric spring, I have no reason to refuse, but I have a friend who is also in urgent need of a light attribute holy object to break through. If your pavilion has a holy object of the same level to trade, it is not impossible." A holy object of the light attribute. Isn't it enough that there are so many 8th grade spiritual herbs here? Could it be that you want an 8th grade holy pill? Yang Ku asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "We need a holy object of the light attribute. The rest are all useless." Could it be? I have to go up and take a look. Xiang, you stay here with your friends and take some spiritual fruits to fill their stomachs. I will come down in a while. Yang Ku suspected that someone among Ling Xiao and the others was going to suddenly become the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, why would they need to use a holy object of the origin? However, he didn't say it out loud. He just gave some instructions and hurried back upstairs. Yang Bixiang was stunned for a moment before she laughed and said, "Haha, this is the first time I've seen Third Grandpa so excited. Let's go. I'll take you guys over there to sit and eat some spirit fruits and rest." Third Grandpa might not be able to come down for a while. Sure enough, it took Yang Ku half an hour to come down. There was another old man coming down with him. This old man had reached the strength of a high-level saint, causing Ling Xiao and the others to have no choice but to face the Yang family's strength seriously. When Yang Bixiang saw the other old man, she immediately stepped forward and obediently called out, "Greetings, Grandpa Song." Song Pei was the holy elder in charge of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. He was the holy elder of the Yang family and had a high status in the Yang family. Song Pei laughed and said, "Xiang, I heard that you brought a few interesting friends to your third grandpa. They must be these few." Following that, Yang Bixiang once again introduced the place to them. Yang Ku said impatiently, "Old Song, hurry up and take out your 1,000-year lunar treasure holy light to exchange for that 10,000-year geocentric spring water. I'll think of a way to make it up to you later. This is a good thing that I've treasured for 1,000 years. If it's just a small bottle of 10,000-year geocentric spring water, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Song Pei's words were obviously meant for Ling Xiao and the others to hear. However, there was a transparent vessel in his hand. The vessel seemed to be filled with a gentle power like moonlight. It looked extremely pure and vast. Lunar treasure, holy light. Euro Fei's delicate face revealed a look of joy as she said, "The lunar treasure holy light was a type of pure light attribute origin energy. It was said that it was condensed from a few strands of origin energy separated from the moon. This kind of holy object could only be found in special places and was simply difficult to find in the world. Apart from helping a saint break through, it could also greatly reduce the chances of a saint or holy emperor breaking through a bottleneck. Its value was indeed above that of the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. If Euro Fei could obtain this origin energy, she would definitely be able to break through to the holy emperor realm without a problem." Yang Ke looked at Ling Xiao and said, "That's right. Little friend, you should know that this light attribute origin energy is not easy to find. Do you have any other good things? It would be best if it's a water attribute holy object. If you have any more, we'll exchange." At this moment, Euro Fei couldn't help but tighten her grip on Ling Xiao's hand. It was obvious that she was extremely eager for the lunar treasure holy light. Ling Xiao patted the back of her hand to calm her down. He immediately said to Song Pei, "Elder Song, may I know what element you cultivate?" Song Pei didn't even think before saying, "This old man cultivates the metal element. Little friend, why do you have other holy objects?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as a ball of golden light appeared in his hand. "I wonder if Elder Song knows what this is?" "Metal. Metal Genesis Chi." Song Pei couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Elder Song is indeed knowledgeable. If I exchange this metal Genesis Chi for the 10,000-year geocentric spring water, would it be enough? If not, then I have no other choice, Ling Xiao said. Chapter 1005. It's enough. But is that all you have? Song Pei nodded repeatedly. Ling Xiao replied, "Of course, This is a bit of origin energy that I risked my life to obtain. You also know that it's not easy to find. Old song, you've earned a lot. Quickly take out the lunar treasure sacred light. Yang Ku urged. That's true. Any kind of origin energy is not easy to find in the fortress. Song Pei sighed and took out the lunar treasure sacred light and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao handed over the golden origin energy and the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. Ling Xiao naturally only took out a small portion of the golden origin energy and the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. He still kept the rest. These two things were extremely precious and could not be taken out. After successfully exchanging for the lunar treasure sacred light, Ling Xiao handed it over to Euro Fei. At this time, Yang Ku also kept the 10,000-year geocentric spring water and asked Ling Xiao and the others, "May I know where you are from? And where are you planning to go?" This time, Ling Xiao learned his lesson and did not say that he came from a continent in another dimension. Instead, he said that he came from a relatively remote place and that he was planning to participate in this year's path to heaven. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yang Ku's wariness towards them was greatly reduced. He was really afraid that these people were hidden enemies who wanted to get close to Yang Bixiang and fish for some benefits. "All right, we have everything we want. It's time for us to leave. We won't disturb the two of you anymore." Ling Xiao saw that it was about time and immediately suggested to leave. The most important task now was to let Euro Fei suddenly enter the Holy Emperor realm. That way, they would be able to go to the formation of heaven without any mishaps. When Yang Bixiang heard that Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave, her expression became a little anxious. "Sisters, accompany me to play for a few more days. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yang Bixiang pulled Feng Qingyuan's hand and said coquettishly, "Xiang, it's not that big sisters don't want to accompany you, but we still have a lot of things to do. We'll come and play with you again in a few days. Okay?" Feng Qingyuan said to Yang Bixiang as if she was coaxing a child. Indeed, in the eyes of Feng Qingyuan and the rest, Yang Bixiang was really a child. "This is for you. Consider it a reward for helping us." Ling Xiao took out a drop of the 10,000-year tree sap and handed it to Yang Bixiang. "What is this?" Yang Bixiang asked with some joy. 10,000-year tree sap," Ling Xiao replied. At this moment, the gazes of Yang Ku and Song Pei on the side became a little anxious again. They knew that this was also a kind of holy object. "Xiang, quickly accept it. This is a good thing," Yang Ku immediately said to Yang Bixiang. Origin holy objects were extremely rare. Even a great force like the Yang family might not be able to easily take them out and give them away. At this time, Yang Ku and Song Pei were curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Where did this monster come from to have such a rich collection? Yang Bixiang responded softly and put it away. However, her expression still could not hide the disappointment of Ling Xiao and the others leaving. "Oh right, little friend Ling Xiao, you said that you want to go to the heaven region?" Yang Ku asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I hope I can succeed this time. If that's the case, why don't you stay behind? Every year, there are people from our Yang family who attack the path to heaven. When the time comes, you can go with them. Maybe you can take care of them. That would be better." Yang Ku hesitated for a moment and suggested. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were extraordinary. If they could be roped into the Yang family's camp, it would also be beneficial. However, he was also a little concerned about the unknown identity of Ling Xiao and the others. Yes. Our Yang family sends people to the path to heaven every year. It's best if you stay behind." Yang Bixiang agreed. How could Ling Xiao not see Yang Ku's hesitant expression? He immediately said, "We rushed here to be able to go to the path to heaven as soon as possible. Our strength is still not enough, so we want to take advantage of this time to increase our strength first. When the path to heaven opens, it won't be too late to hitch a ride with you. Since you already have a plan, then we won't force you. If you have any good things in the future, remember to let us know," Yang Ku replied. Ling Xiao responded and then left the medicine pavilion with Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Xian Yao. In the end, Yang Bixiang still could not persuade Ling Xiao and the others to stay. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Yang Ke patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Silly child, don't be fooled by their young age. They are actually at the sage realm. They are at least 1,000 years old monsters. They can even be your grandparents. You should find a few children of the same age to play with." Yang Bixiang was a little stubborn. What does it matter? They only look like they are in their 20s or 30s. All right, let's not talk about age. Let's talk about strength. They're people who dared to challenge the heavenly passage formation. If they succeed, they'll go to the heaven domain. You're just like them. They definitely won't remember you in the future," said Yang Ku as he pulled her back into the spirit medicine pavilion. Yang Bixiang pursed her lips and finally revealed a resolute expression. "I also want to go to the heaven domain in the future." After Ling Xiao and the others obtained what they needed, they immediately left the Yang family city. If Eurofei wanted to break through to the Holy Emperor realm, it would cause a huge commotion. They had to find a place with few people to prevent others from disturbing them. However, just as they left the city, they immediately felt that someone had locked onto them from behind. "They're really brazenly following us." Ling Xiao sighed softly. Eurofei said, "Could it be someone from the Yang family?" Feng Qingyuan said, "It shouldn't be. It might be someone from the other two families. No matter who it is, let's just make sure they don't return. Let's lure them out first." Ling Xiao sneered, kept Xian Yao into the medicinal cauldron, and sped towards the mountain range in the distance. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan hurriedly followed behind. One of the people following behind whispered, "They might have discovered us." The other person replied, "So what if they found out? Can they escape from our palms? Chase after them." These people's speed was extremely fast. They tore through space and teleported away. It was obvious that they were peerless experts of the Saint Realm. Not long after, Ling Xiao and the other two were surrounded by 4 people in the sky above a mountain range outside the Yang family city. "Run, why aren't you running anymore? You outsiders actually dare to bully our Su family? You're really tired of living." A middle-stage saint looked at Ling Xiao and the others with a sinister expression and laughed. Another saint sneered, "That's right. You even dared to hit the children of our Zhou family. Do you really think that we old farts won't dare to kill you? You talk too much nonsense. Euro, do it. Don't make too much of a commotion," Ling Xiao said in disdain. A mirror had already appeared in Eurofei's hand. The mirror flickered repeatedly, and rays of dazzling light shot out. The strongest peak middle stage saint was instantly frozen in place. The other 3 saints were shocked, and they all took out their saint weapons to attack Eurofei. Unfortunately, with Eurofei's strength, before they could attack, the mirror flashed again, and the 3 saints were frozen in place again. The 4 of them revealed expressions of extreme shock. They had not expected this peerless beauty to have such extraordinary methods. The mirror in her hand was definitely a divine weapon. "For great saints have come out to kill us. How generous. Don't worry, you won't be able to go back once you come out," Ling Xiao said faintly with a sinister expression. No, there's nothing to say. We are subordinate saint elders of the Yang family. You can't kill us," one of the saints said anxiously. "You should save those words for your next life," Ling Xiao said coldly, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword slashed through the sky, and blood splattered on the spot. The 4 saints knew that they could not protect their bodies. The moment Ling Xiao made his move, their souls instantly left their bodies in an attempt to give them a chance to be reborn. How could Ling Xiao give them this chance? His soul doppelganger instantly left his body and captured their souls one by one. He absorbed and digested them as mental energy. The soul force of the 4 great saints was also quite huge, but to the current Ling Xiao, his sea of consciousness had expanded by who knew how many times. This bit of soul force was not enough to satisfy him. He was no longer afraid of the impurities in the mental fluid. As long as he tempered it with heavenly lightning in the future, he could purify it. "Leave this place at full speed." After Ling Xiao absorbed the souls, he immediately shouted at Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan. He summoned the lion-tiger beast and began to escape at full speed. The death of 4 saints at once would definitely be noticed by someone in the Yang family's city. If they did not escape, it would not be easy to deal with them if they sent more people out. As expected, after Ling Xiao and the others fled at full speed for about 15 minutes, 3 high-level saints immediately appeared in the sky above the mountain range. Among the 3 of them, one of them was actually Song Pei from the medicine pavilion. Their auras have disappeared. Are they all dead? The blue-robed elder beside Song Pei frowned and said faintly. Another black-robed elder said, "The smell of blood has not dissipated. They are all dead. I really don't know what's wrong with you. You actually went to deal with them for the sake of the younger generation. You really don't know your limits." Song Pei glared at the 2 of them and said, "Brother Song, they are just a few outsiders. Is there a need to stand up for them?" The blue-robed elder said with some displeasure. Song Pei said, "How can someone who can casually take out a few origin holy artifacts be an ordinary person? Moreover, looking at how they were able to maintain their youthful appearance and reach the Saint Realm, and even dare to attack the heavenly array, how could they be good people? The fact that we didn't take the lives of the juniors of your 2 families during the meal already proves that they don't want to cause trouble. But you guys, if you let them become hostile towards our Yang family, I'm afraid that there will be a few more terrifying enemies on the heavenly array. This is not worth it." The black-robed elder hesitated for a moment and said, "We were a little muddle-headed. However, they killed our people. Are we just going to let it go like that? If you don't find trouble with them, will they kill your people? You better know your place," Song Pei said in a bad mood. Without looking back, he left and returned to the city. Chapter 1006. In a desolate forest, Ling Xiao and his group stopped. "They're not chasing us anymore," Feng Qingyuan said as he looked in a direction. "It's better if they catch up. Just leave them here," Ling Xiao said confidently. As long as the other party didn't have the Holy Emperor, no matter how many people came, Ling Xiao and the rest weren't afraid. "Looks like we can't return to Yang family city anymore," Feng Qingyuan said again. Regardless of whether the Yang family had participated in the operation to kill them or not, the 4 saints should be from the Yang family's subsidiary families. If they were to enter the Yang family city again, they would undoubtedly be giving themselves up to be captured and killed. "Let's talk about it later. Let's wait for Ro Fei to make a move first," Ling Xiao said. Facing these forces that could easily kill people, the fighting spirit in Ling Xiao's heart gradually rose. "Speaking of which, you ate Ro Fei the moment you left the Shenling continent. You're really something," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao out of boredom. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "This? How can you say that I ate her? Mistress, you should say that Shower was eaten by her. Don't you realize that Shower is in high demand?" Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Can your skin be any thicker?" After pausing for a moment, she continued, "But you're right. That girl, Xiangxiang, has already been bewitched by you. If you were to become the Yang family's son-in-law, this show would probably work." Ling Xiao chuckled. "In terms of age, she is younger than Tianer. She can be my granddaughter. Shower is not an old cow who eats young grass." Feng Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were filled with boundless yearning as she sighed. "I wonder where your master is now. He must be like you, flirting everywhere." Ling Xiao replied, "Mistress, do you not have confidence in yourself?" Feng Qingyuan said, "Can I have confidence? I'm afraid that everyone in the heaven region is stronger than a saint, so there's definitely no lack of beauties. He doesn't lack beauties by his side, but the gap between me and your master is too great. I'm afraid that even if I find your master, I won't have any status." Ling Xiao had some doubts in his heart. Master's appearance is already showing signs of age. His charm index shouldn't be that strong anymore, right? Ling Xiao had interacted with the evil emperor for a year, and the evil emperor looked to be in his 50s, no longer looking young. He really did not believe that his master still had the ability to attract butterflies. "Don't worry, mistress. With your current situation, you'll be able to advance another level very soon. Moreover, with the wind-steadying stone, Advancing is only a matter of time. Moreover, with Xiao around, how can mistress stay at the same spot? Ling Xiao comforted Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan raised his spirits and said, I don't know if I can find him when I reach the heaven realm. I'll raise my strength first. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been swept away, and it even contained traces of the origin energy of the heaven and earth. Strange phenomena began to appear. Waves of gentle light suddenly appeared like a dazzling rainbow. These lights were filled with gentle and vast energy, making people feel as if they were bathing in a hot spring. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. The flowers and trees in the vicinity began to show some abnormalities. They were actually growing slowly. The delicate flowers were stunning, and the grass and trees were green. Eurofei had also successfully broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Her entire aura had risen by another level, and her entire body was surrounded by layers of holy radiance. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, making people feel that the holy god could not be offended. Now that Ling Xiao had two holy emperors by his side, he had enough power to protect himself in the heavenly domain stronghold. There were still 4 months before the trip to the heavenly domain stronghold, which was enough for Eurofei to stabilize her realm, and Feng Qingyuan had to level up before that. With the wind stabilizing stone, she could speed up the absorption of the pure wind attribute energy. She had also bought a lot of high-level wind attribute spirit herbs from the medicine pavilion. As long as she had time to absorb and digest the energy, everything would not be a problem. As for Ling Xiao, he also increased his accumulation of energy. He had the qualifications to break through to the next stage, but he wanted to compress it a little more. It was fine if he didn't break through, but once he did, he wanted to achieve the most satisfactory result. Feng Qingyuan used all sorts of high-level holy objects and the help of the wind-stabilizing stone. After nearly 3 months, she finally broke through to the realm of a high-level saint. In addition to her being a wind-speed warrior, her speed had also increased explosively, and there were very few people of the same level who could catch up to her. For the past few days, Ling Xiao had only absorbed the energy step by step, and occasionally cultivated a profound skill to make his moves more perfect and natural. At the same time, he had completely digested the soul power of the 4 saints that he had absorbed. His mental power had increased by quite a bit, but at this stage, mental power attacks would not be very effective against saints. This was because saints knew how to use the power of space and could completely sense the existence of mental power attacks, and it would be easy to defend against them. This kind of shadowless and formless attack was no longer very useful, but it could still be used to control people. Ling Xiao only hoped that one day, he would be able to encounter the other third of the god-controlling art. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the god-controlling art to the mastery stage, and even the gods would be able to control them. However, wanting to find the other third was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too unrealistic, unless he had that kind of opportunity. Fortunately, with the large amount of soul power, he could have an extra clone to fight, which could be considered another kind of compensation. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao and the others prepared to set off again. The Tongtian array was not in the territory of the 4 major forces, but in the center of the 4 major forces in a free territory, which was called the Tongtian battlefield. Only the first 100 people who could reach the top within the time limit could go to the heaven domain. Ling Xiao and the others thought about it again and again, but still decided not to enter the Yang family city to go to the Tongtian array. Who knew if there was someone waiting for them to fall into the trap? However, other than the Yang family city, if they wanted to find a second city to go to the Tongtian array, they would undoubtedly need to take a long detour. Half a month later, after Ling Xiao and the others grinded through a few places, they finally arrived at a city that could directly lead to the Tongtian array, which made them overjoyed. As long as they reached the Tongtian array and waited for it to open, it would be the time to go to the heaven domain. However, accidents always happened at the most crucial time. Ling Xiao was actually on the bounty list. The so-called bounty list could also be said to be a wanted list. Whoever could take Ling Xiao's head would be rewarded with a bottle of spring liquid of life and 50 million high-grade mystic crystals. This mission had long been ignored, but there were rumors that Ling Xiao had been seen in the Yang family city, and the person who tried to kill Ling Xiao had already died a violent death. When the ghastly Drake sect heard this news, they immediately announced Ling Xiao's portrait in all the cities. They had to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally did not know about this, but before he entered the city, he was immediately chased by unknown people. Fortunately, these people were only at the mystic Thearchus strength and did not pose much of a threat to him. They were all killed one by one. After Ling Xiao controlled one of them, he then found out about the cause and effect. He did not expect that he had just arrived at the Heaven Domain stronghold, but the news had already spread so far. It seemed like the people from the ghastly Drake sect were also looking for his whereabouts. He was suspecting that the news was spread by the subsidiary forces of the Yang family city, but it did not matter who spread it. The most important thing was how to solve this problem. Damn it! I just arrived at the Heavenly Region stronghold and I'm already being chased all over the streets. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao said angrily. When he was in the central region, he had consecutively challenged 4 great forces, causing the status of the proud smiling palace to soar. Furthermore, he himself was most afraid of shock. Others could not wait to hide, so who would dare to chase after him? Now he had just changed places and was being chased by others. Truly made him feel aggrieved. No matter what, you can't enter those cities for the time being. Although you can intimidate some people by continuously killing those people, it's hard to guarantee that they won't increase the bounty. At that time, many saints will come to attack, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Feng Qingyuan said from the side. What are you afraid of? With our strength, we can directly kill our way out. I really don't believe that anyone would dare to go against you again. Euro Fei said with a face full of anger. No matter what, she was the Holy Emperor's strength. She might not be the strongest here, but she was definitely not someone that others could casually bully. Killing our way out like this is not a solution. We have to eliminate the source. A strong killing intent flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he muttered. But there's not much time left before we head to the heavenly formation. What else can we do? Feng Qingyuan said. It's not like the heavenly formation will only be opened once. At most, we'll wait for another year. I want to uproot the so-called ghastly Drake sect of the 4 great forces within a year. Ling Xiao shouted fiercely. This time he was really angry. It wasn't easy for him to come to the heavenly region stronghold after going through so many hardships. He originally wanted to rush to the heavenly region as soon as possible, but now he was being chased like a rat on the street. How could he endure this? In any case, they were already at the edge of the heavenly region. It wouldn't make much difference if they wanted to reach the heavenly region. Ling Xiao is right. Let's just kill our way to the ghastly Drake sect. Euro Fei agreed. Don't be anxious. We'll take our time to think about this. Ling Xiao said as he gestured. Previously, he had asked Xian Yao to perform a divination for him. The ghastly Drake sect might be his tribulation in the heavenly region stronghold. He had to deal with it carefully and not fail miserably. Just as Feng Qingyuan was about to reply, Euro Fei shouted, "You sneaky thing! Come out!" Then, she slapped her palm in a direction, and a large area of space instantly collapsed. Boom! Ah! 2 blood-curdling screams rang out. When they looked over, they saw 2 high-rank saints fleeing in a sorry state. Don't let them go, but don't take their lives. Ling Xiao immediately called out to Euro Fei. Euro Fei nodded lightly, and her body immediately vanished on the spot. So fast. Feng Qingyuan, who was already a high-rank saint, couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ling Xiao was extremely envious as well. The Holy Emperor's strength and speed were definitely not something a saint could compare to. Chapter 1007. How could 2 high-level saints escape from Euro Fei's clutches? Ling Xiao had spared their lives because he had a plan in mind. It would be difficult to deal with a large force like the ghastly Drake sect with just the strength of the few of them. Therefore, from now on, he wanted to control a group of saints for his own use. When the time came, he would bring a large number of saints to find trouble with the ghastly Drake sect. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had carried out such a plan, but this place was not like the central region, so he had to plan properly. With this plan in mind, Ling Xiao discussed with the two women for a while and finally decided to take the risk and lure out the saints who wanted to come over to take his life one by one and capture them. Xiao, if we do this, if we attract the Holy Emperor, this will be difficult. Feng Qingyuan said worriedly. I don't think so. The reward offered by the ghastly Drake sect is not worth the Holy Emperor taking action, unless they increase the reward. Ling Xiao replied. But isn't it too risky for you to rashly lure the saints? Feng Qingyuan asked again. Who said I would personally lure them? Don't I have subordinates now? Ling Xiao said with an evil smile. Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to cast a high-level mind curse on the two high-level saints and healed their injuries. Then, the group set off for the ghastly Drake sect's territory. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The ghastly Drake sect would probably not think that Ling Xiao would dare to enter their territory. Snowy Yin Ridge, a mountain range that was covered in ice all year round, is stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Snowflakes were like stars in the sky, and the vast expanse of whiteness appeared illusory and dazzling. Occasionally, ice birds would fly past and let out a few loud and clear cries. To the east of this mountain range was the ghastly Drake sect's territory. According to the information Ling Xiao had absorbed from the saints' memories, Ling Xiao knew that this snowy Yin Ridge was also a dangerous place, but at the same time, it was also a place where opportunities coexisted. That was because someone had once obtained ice-type origin energy from this place. Therefore, there would be many mercenary groups coming and going in this area, and there would also be people from various forces mixed in. Ling Xiao swaggered into the mercenary group's encampment. The two beauties by his side were like beautiful pearls, and the entire world paled in comparison. These mercenaries lived on the edge of life and death all year round, and their personalities were especially rough and lustful. Their gazes were unbridled as they stared at the two girls, and their saliva almost dripping out. A few of the bolder mercenaries looked at each other before surrounding Ling Xiao and the others. Two beauties, stay here and play. The weather is so cold. There's no future for you to follow a pretty boy like him. A peak mystic realm expert crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan greedily. Another high-level mystic, the Arch, laughed lewdly and said, "Hee, that's right. You can eat and drink well with us here, and you can even be nourished by us. Why not?" After saying that, this person actually dared to grab Yu Rofei's chest. Unfortunately, before his palm could touch Yu Rofei, a sword ray slashed at him like a bolt of lightning. Before he could react, one of his arms had been severed. Ah! The high-tiered mystic, the Arch, screamed as he held onto his wrist and retreated. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let him go just like that. The ice and fire sword in his hand trembled like a snake and instantly pierced the man's throat. Puff! That high-tiered mystic Thearch's neck was instantly pierced through, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. His entire body fell backwards. "How dare you? You actually dared to kill!" That peak stage mystic, the Arch, was shocked. He shouted and was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. The sword light in his hand flashed and the peak stage mystic Thearch's head was severed. The rest of them were panic-stricken. They knew that the young man in front of them wasn't a pretty boy, but a terrifying existence that killed without batting an eye. Swish! Swish! Ling Xiao waved the long sword in his hand casually, and several sword lights attacked in different directions. The speed and power were not something that these mystic Thearchs could withstand. Those mystic Thearchs died on the spot. Only the puddles of blood dyed the White Mountain Range red. The expressions of the mercenaries stationed in the surroundings instantly became astonished and horrified. They did not expect this young man to be so ruthless. Moreover, he killed a mystic, the Arch, in one move. His strength was unimaginable. How dare you kill people from my Ice Wolf mercenary team? How dare you? A shocking voice came from not far away. Then, a middle-aged man riding on a level 8 Ice Wolf came out. After he came out, many auras rose in the surroundings. One by one, mercenaries filled with killing intent surrounded him. There were hundreds of them, and each of them had the strength of a heavenly venerable or above. Leader, I recognize him. He's the kid that the ghastly Python sect put a bounty on. A half-sage appeared in front of the Ice Wolf and pointed at Ling Xiao. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the mercenaries stationed nearby burned. One could imagine how many lives a bottle of spring water of life could save. For mercenaries like them who walked on the edge of life and death all year round, the spring water of life was undoubtedly the most tempting holy item. Ice Wolf, if you don't want to capture this kid, I'll do it. Another rough voice came. Then, a man riding a level 8 ice lion came treading on snow. There were many subordinates behind him. When the two groups of mercenaries gathered together, there were close to 1,000 people. There were also many people who were watching from the sidelines. There were at least 2,000 people. These two mercenaries were only low-level saints and did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao very disappointed. He wanted to control the puppet death warriors. Of course, the stronger the better. Snow Lion, we found this person first. Watch me capture him. The middle-aged man on the Ice Wolf responded and charged towards Ling Xiao. Before he arrived, the spear in his hand had already thrust out a 1,000-meter-long spear shadow towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao easily dodged the attack and revealed a look of disdain. He crooked his finger at the two saints and said, "Don't waste time. Come at me together." The saint on the Ice Wolf shouted angrily, "If I want to kill you, I alone am enough. Then try me." Ling Xiao said indifferently and put away the ice and fire sword. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression full of arrogance. He had already released the aura of a low-level saint. His goal was to let others know his strength so that he could attract more powerful opponents and confuse the thoughts of the two people in front of him. If he exposed too much at once, those saints would be so scared that they would not dare to come and kill him. "Don't be so arrogant." The saint sitting on the Ice Wolf shouted angrily. His spear brought out terrifying icicles and pierced towards Ling Xiao. The absolute cold chi scared the surrounding mercenaries to the point that they all hid as far away as possible, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao started to circulate the 9-sun-burning heaven technique. All sorts of supreme yang flames brought with them a scorching high temperature. His fist was covered in raging flames as he smashed towards the 1,000-meter-long icicles. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of elemental attacks collided with each other, producing deafening sounds. The ice and snow in this area continued to fly, all of them being used by the opposing saint to wrap around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's supreme yang fire flourished, and many of the ice and snow that landed near him were immediately evaporated. He turned into a ball of bright sun and approached the saint. His terrifying aura was enough to make that person panic. "Snow Wolf, attack." The man jumped down from his mount and let his mount deal with Ling Xiao while he attacked from the side. "You think too highly of me if you want to use a beast to deal with me," Ling Xiao said coldly. His body flashed like a ghost, and a series of kicks sent the Ice Wolf flying far away, causing it to let out a series of miserable cries. The Holy Spear Ice Spear attacked once again, sweeping up countless ice and snow. It was as if thousands of miles of ice had frozen over, wanting to completely seal off Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not in the mood to mess around with him. He increased his strength by 2 times, broke through the ice and snow, and directly approached the saint. His fiery fist mercilessly smashed towards the saint. The saint's pupils constricted. He did not expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast. He immediately placed the holy spear in front of his chest, wanting to block Ling Xiao's punch. Pow! The sacred weapon in the saint's hand was actually broken into 2 by Ling Xiao, and the fist continued to smash towards his chest. Wah! The saint was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he fainted in the snow. "Captain, let's kill him together." The mercenaries that followed behind all cried out in alarm. Many of them attacked at the same time, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao only threw out 2 punches with his bare hands, and the power of space collapse completely killed dozens of people. The others were scared out of their wits. They did not care about anything else and immediately fled like birds and beasts. The saint who came riding on the snow lion frowned, hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around and ran. His strength was on par with the ice wolf, but the ice wolf was not even a match for him. What right did he have to fight with him? "Since you're here, you should stay," Ling Xiao said faintly, then appeared in front of the saint who was sitting on the snow lion. "Why don't you let me live? I'm willing to pay a huge reward." This person was tactful. He knew that he was not Ling Xiao's match, so he opened his mouth to negotiate, hoping to ask for a way out. "If I kill you, won't everything in your hands be mine?" Ling Xiao said and attacked again. Of course, he did not kill this person. Although he was only a low-level saint, he could still be considered a saint. It was not bad to control him and use him as cannon fodder. "Now that you've caused such a huge commotion, I believe the ghastly Drake sect and the others know that you're here. The next step is to capture those people who came one by one. When the time comes, we'll use these people to counterattack the ghastly Drake sect. Let's see how they react." Feng Qingyuan smiled faintly. "When the time comes, we'll uproot them." Euro Fei echoed. Chapter 1008. In a forbidden area filled with a dense, deathly aura, there was a majestic castle hall. This hall was surrounded by a dark, fiendish aura, as if a demon was floating in the sky, giving off a dark and frightening feeling. In this castle, a middle-aged man sat on a high seat, listening to the news from his subordinates. This middle-aged man had the strength of a peak saint. His face was gloomy, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with killing intent, giving off a feeling of fear. "You said that the person who posted the bounty has arrived at the snowy ridge?" The middle-aged man asked the people below in a hoarse voice. "Yes, sect master. He also personally killed the ice wolf and the snow lion. Many mercenaries that escaped confirmed that he is the person our sect wants to capture and kill." The middle-aged man replied. A bit of killing intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Since that's the case, quickly take our sect's people to capture him and bring him back. There's no need for anyone else to claim the bounty." "Yes, sect master. But does this person want to be alive or dead?" The person replied. "It's good that you can capture him alive. This is someone the ancestor personally ordered." The middle-aged man replied. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged saint responded and left the hall. The middle-aged man also left and went to the depths of the sect. In front of a stone door, he bowed and said, "Ancestor, the little bastard you're looking for has arrived at the stronghold. Moreover, he has also arrived at the snowy ridge near our sect." His voice lightly echoed in the vicinity, but no sound came from the stone door for a long time. The middle-aged man was not anxious and continued to respectfully stand there without moving. After a long time, a low female voice came from inside. "I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Good, that damned little bastard. I will definitely refine him into a living corpse." After a pause, she continued, "No matter the price, bring him to me." "Yes, ancestor. I have already arranged for someone to go down. I will raise the bounty again. I believe that there is no place for him in the stronghold. He will soon be a guest of our ghastly Drake sect." The middle-aged man replied. "All right, you may leave." The person behind the stone door responded softly and did not speak again. The middle-aged man tactfully retreated. In the secret room behind the stone door, there were many crisscrossing runes. If anyone were to barge in, they would probably be dismembered by these runes immediately. After passing through these array patterns, there was an extremely spacious secret room. This place was actually filled with a strong vitality, completely different from the lifeless feeling outside. Moreover, this place was filled with the scent of life essence. Just a casual breath of it could increase one's vitality by a few notches. If someone discovered that the life essence chi here was so dense, they would definitely immediately take it for themselves. Just the life essence chi here was enough to continuously increase one's lifespan. So comfortable, I'm going to die. Do it a little more fiercely. Obscene voices floated in the air. Looking in the direction of the voices, one could see a man and a woman on a jade bed engaged in the most intense and primitive movements. They were performing all kinds of strange moves, and the difficulty level was quite high. The naked woman had the appearance of a young married woman. Her body was maintained in the most youthful, plump, and elastic state. Her expression was blurry and seductive. Her jade-like lips were constantly emitting moans, and the white area in front of her chest was constantly rippling, giving off a kind of extreme temptation. The strong man behind the woman was sprinting backward with all his might. His strength was the fiercest attack, which made the woman feel extremely good. After a round of sex, the secret room was mixed with waves of obscene smell. The woman was lying on the man's body with an extremely satisfied look. That charming smile on her face that was as beautiful as a flower was indeed very arousing. The man kneaded the woman's full bosom and asked, "When are you going to let me take that thing? The heaven-connecting formation is going to open again today." Listening to the man's words, he was also extremely yearning for the heaven-connecting formation. The woman instantly frowned and said, "Do you really want to abandon me? Don't tell me you're not satisfied with staying here and having fun with me? Do you believe that I won't let you leave this place for the rest of your life?" The woman said that she would turn hostile. Her attitude was very unyielding, as if as long as the man said something wrong, she would make him look good. The man didn't get angry, he just smiled and said, "I didn't say that I wanted to go to the heaven realm by myself. I want to bring you with me. Only there can we improve faster, and we can spend more time together in the future. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life?" "You damned bastard. I can't win against you. Wait another year. When the time comes, I will accompany you to the heavenly realm. I'm afraid that after you go in, you will miss this place." The woman's gloomy expression instantly turned bright, and she said to the man with a beautiful smile. The man did not reply, but in his heart he thought, "Humph, year after year. Do you think I am easy to deceive? It won't be long before all of you here will be mine." If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely find this man very familiar because he was the former sect master of the Black Demon sect, the Black Demon. The reason why the Black Demon appeared here was because he was no longer satisfied with the status quo in the central region, so he came to the heavenly realm in search of more power to break through. He had been here for more than 100 years, and his strength had reached the Saint Realm. The woman in his arms was the ancestor of the Dark Puppet sect, the Yin Ghost Mother, who was in the middle stage Holy Emperor realm. In fact, her appearance had long since aged, but in this space full of life essence, she could still restore her former beauty. The reason why they could get together was because their temperaments had a lot in common. The Black Demon also had something to ask of her, so he stayed in the Dark Puppet sect, hoping that he could coax the Yin Ghost Mother to give him what he wanted. However, the Yin Ghost Mother did not seem to be so easy to deceive, and she made him stay in the Dark Puppet sect to serve her. Even when the Black Demon sect was destroyed, the Black Demon could not return. Of course, the Black Demon himself did not want to return to the Ling Xian continent, a place with poor spiritual energy and origin power. He had greater ambitions. In the Snowy Ridge, many saints began to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts on a large scale. This was because the Dark Puppet sect's bounty had increased once again. The Spring of Life had been raised to 2 jugs, and the high-grade mysterious crystals had been raised to 100 million. This temptation was enough to make many saints restless. The Dark Puppet sect itself had sent many experts to surround and capture Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was in a place of extreme cold in the depths of the Snowy Ridge. "Ha! I really didn't expect to find a 10,000-year icy snow lotus here." Ling Xiao did not seem to know that a great enemy was coming, and was excited about finding a rank 8 ice attribute spirit herb. Not far away, an ice attribute spirit beast was crawling on the ground, trembling, not daring to move rashly. Just now, it could sense that this human contained the terrifying might of a beast king, suppressing it to the point that it could hardly breathe. Moreover, the strength of the two human women beside him was also extremely terrifying, which was why it was willing to give up the 10,000-year ice snow lotus that it was guarding. Xiao'er, the news should have spread. If we don't show ourselves, I'm afraid they won't be able to find us. Then the plan will be ruined. Feng Qingyuan said. Don't worry. Those who can find this place are the ones we want. Don't collect the other trash. Ling Xiao said indifferently. They did not hide their aura now, deliberately letting others know that they were in this direction. If they had reached the strength of a saint, they would be able to sense their presence. Along the way, there would be many high-level spirit beasts, and ordinary saints would not dare to enter rashly. Therefore, those who could come here were definitely stronger saints, and these saints were the ideal puppet warriors for Ling Xiao. Someone is coming. At this time, Eurofei said faintly. Yes, with Sha Tian here, not a single one of them will be able to escape. Ling Xiao grunted in response. He brought the 10,000-year ice snow lotus to his mouth and sucked on it with a carefree expression. At this moment, a few shocking sounds of battle could be heard. The sound disappeared not long after, and as the sounds of battle disappeared, a few auras immediately became much weaker. Not long after, Sha Tian dragged a few people and threw them in front of Ling Xiao like dead dogs. 5 mid-rank saints and 1 low-rank saint. This wasn't a small gain. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with them, and started to cast high-level spirit incantations to control them one by one. There are many saints in the fortress, but I wonder how many of them want my life. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Within a month, more and more people came to kill Ling Xiao, and there were a total of 7 or 8 groups of people. Those people were at least mid-level saints, and there were even peak saints among them. Ling Xiao had no choice but to send Eurofei to fight with Sha Tian. However, there was one time when a half-holy emperor came. That fellow had a life-saving trump card, and it was of the wind attribute. Even though he was injured, he was able to escape from Sha Tian and Eurofei. After the half-holy emperor escaped, there were no more people who came to find trouble with Ling Xiao and the others. That half-holy emperor should have spread the news that they had a holy emperor, so no one with the strength of a saint would dare to come and die. Xiao'er, it's time for us to leave. I believe the people outside already know of our strength, and the people who appear will only be even more terrifying. Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao. Yes, although the number of people is still a little small, we can only do this for now. If there were 2 more holy emperors, then everything would be perfect. Ling Xiao stood in front of the 30 saints and said with a fanatical expression. If there was such a group of saints in the central region, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire continent and unify the central region. If the Holy Emperor comes, we won't even have time to escape. You really dare to think about it? Feng Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao and said, there really is a Holy Emperor coming. 2 Holy Emperors and a half-Holy Emperor. They're so fast. Eurofei said with a frown. The moment these words were spoken, Feng Qingyuan instantly turned pale with fright. F***CK. What a crow's mouth. Ling Xiao couldn't help but slap himself and curse. Chapter 1009. A half-holy emperor and 2 low-level holy emperors. Such a powerful combination could do whatever they wanted in the Empyrean fortress. The half-holy emperor was the one who had escaped from Eurofei and Sha Tian previously. His name was Yu Fengyuan and he looked to be in his 50s. He was a wind attribute cultivator. The other 2 low-level saints were Su Maimen and Wang Bo. One was an earth attribute martial artist, while the other was a water attribute martial artist. They were ancestor-level characters from 2 powerful forces, and had lived for more than 10,000 years. The reason why they had appeared here was because the Inbasek's reward had increased. It was enough to tempt the Holy Emperor's people to make a move. I can already sense their presence. Looks like they're really fearless. Su Maimen grinned. Even Brother Yu was defeated by him. How would he dare to be so arrogant if he didn't have some strength? Wang Bo said. He paused for a moment before continuing. In a while, Su and I will restrain the enemy's Saint Emperor. Brother you will capture that brat. As long as we capture that brat, our trip will be a success. Rest assured, brothers. I invited you to help because I've figured out their background. Apart from the two holy emperors, the rest will not be a problem. Yu Fengyuan patted his chest. As they spoke, they had already arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others looked at them calmly without any fear. It really is that brat. I really don't know what he did to make the Inba sect want to capture him at all costs. Su Mai Men looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and muttered, "Who cares? Let's capture him first." Wang Bo responded. He actually ignored Eurofei and Sha Tian and stretched out a claw to grab Ling Xiao. This claw caused the surrounding space to turn into a prison, rapidly locking onto Ling Xiao. This wasn't the first time that Ling Xiao had experienced the might of the Holy Emperor, but it was the first time that the Holy Emperor had attacked him. That use of spatial force and that terrifying pressure made him feel as if the difference between his strength and that of the Holy Emperor was like the difference between heaven and earth. "How dare you attack my husband? You're courting death." Eurofei shouted and unleashed her dragon and elephant divine art. The phantom of a dragon and elephant carried the power of heaven's might and shattered the claw of that person. The phantom of the dragon and elephant then rushed towards Wang Bo. Wang Bo sneered. "What a beautiful woman. You've only just entered the Holy Emperor realm, yet you dare to challenge me?" Wang Bo had stepped into the Holy Emperor realm for many years, so his strength was naturally much stronger than Eurofei's. He could see through Eurofei's strength with a single glance, so he was not afraid of Eurofei at all. The powerful fluctuations caused Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan to have no choice but to retreat far away. "Brat, you won't be able to escape. Originally, this old man had no enmity with you. If you want to blame someone, blame your status for not being low enough for this old man to take action." Su Mai Men said faintly as he made his move towards Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. The spatial energy seemed to be controlled by him as it imprisoned the two of them, preventing them from moving. Just as Su Mai Men was about to forcefully pull Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan away, a shadow silently appeared. A sword image seemed to have sliced through the sky, bringing with it the power to tear apart the heavens and earth as it approached. Su Maiman's expression twitched. "I knew there would be an ambush." He let go of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, turned around, and threw a punch towards Sha Tian, who was sneak attacking him. How could Sha Tian's Tao of assassination, which he had cultivated for thousands of years, be so easily neutralized? Su Maiman's powerful punch only landed on his afterimage. The real killer move had already circled around to Su Maiman's back. Su Maiman was extremely vigilant and immediately sensed that something was amiss behind him. His hair stood on end as he quickly rushed forward in an attempt to escape the fate of being assassinated. Sha Tian did not expect his opponent's reaction to be so fast. He swallowed the energy in his hand, and the sword beam in his sword suddenly grew longer, directly piercing towards Su Maiman's back. Boom! In the end, Su Maiman still couldn't avoid taking Sha Tian's sword. However, when the sword beam disappeared, Su Maiman actually didn't suffer much damage. A damaged Saint artifact guard armor could be seen on his back. It was obvious that guard armor had blocked most of the attack for him. "Damn it, old madam will kill you." Su Maiman hadn't been injured for many years. He was almost killed by someone else's sneak attack, causing his liver to burn with anger. He roared and summoned his spirit beast. Sha Tian also immediately summoned his spirit beast, and both sides started to fight. Eurofei and Wang Bo were also fighting intensely. The battle between the Holy Emperor was simply like a natural disaster. The nearby spatial energy collapsed in large areas, and the mountain ridges below them were destroyed and flattened, leaving behind many terrifying huge craters. At this time, Yu Fengyuan rushed towards Ling Xiao with a cold expression on his face. "Last time, I returned without any results. This time, I will definitely capture you to collect the reward." His speed was like the wind, and his movements were extremely fast. Ling Xiao was unable to sense his location at all. Fortunately, Feng Qingyuan had broken through to the high-level Saint Realm and could barely sense Yu Fengyuan's location. She held the holy sword in her hand and slashed out waves after waves of violent wind blades towards Yu Fengyuan. Yu Fengyuan laughed in disdain. "You want to play with lousy speed? You're not home yet." Yu Fengyuan transformed into a series of afterimages, dodging Feng Qingyuan's powerful attacks and starting to counterattack. The figure flashed in front of Feng Qingyuan, lightly caressed Feng Qingyuan's face, and said with a smile, "You're really tender. It's not bad to take you as my concubine." Following that, his palm changed, turning into a claw shadow that grabbed towards Feng Qingyuan's throat. Feng Qingyuan's strength was completely suppressed, and he was unable to resist at all. He was restrained by Yu Fengyuan. "It's your turn next." Yu Fengyuan seemed to be certain of Ling Xiao. He grabbed Feng Qingyuan with one hand and used his other hand to grab towards Ling Xiao. However, before his void claw could grab Ling Xiao, a bronze drum had already appeared in Ling Xiao's embrace, and the sound of the drum started to shake. Dong! A ferocious giant suddenly appeared, holding a drum stick in his hand and beating the huge drum in his arms. The sound of the drum was like the sound of a battle horn from the prehistoric era, but also like the sound of a morning bell in a tomb, shaking one's heart. Yu Fengyuan did not know how terrifying the sound of the drum was, but he immediately sealed his ears to prevent it from affecting him. However, the sound of the drum was like a demonic sound, directly rushing into his internal organs, shaking his meridians and internal organs to the point that they were in an unbearable state. Fortunately, his strength was already at the half-holy emperor realm, and all aspects of his body and muscles were already incomparably tough. He was actually able to forcefully suppress the damage to a minimum. Yu Fengyuan, who was holding on to Feng Qingyuan's hand, had already been freed, and he seized this one in 1,000 chance to make his move decisively. The holy sword in her hand thrust it out 5 times, aiming at Yu Fengyuan's 4 limbs and chest. The reason why she did not immediately cut off his head was because she wanted to leave it for Ling Xiao to use as a puppet. Yu Fengyuan screamed a few times as his body fell from the sky. He was actually still able to maintain his consciousness, and wanted to take out pills from his spatial ring to swallow and heal his injuries. Unfortunately, how could Feng Qingyuan give him this opportunity? Not only did she scatter his pills, she even shot out many wind blades in succession, ruthlessly teaching him a lesson. She beat him until he was on the verge of death, so that she could take him down. "Hurry up and let him bleed a little, don't let him recover. I'll go over and help Ro Fei and Sha Tian to take down the 2 holy emperor." Ling Xiao instructed Feng Qingyuan, then quietly headed towards the intense battlefield. Ling Xiao did not dare to get too close. The battle between the Holy Emperor was simply too terrifying. The sky within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been flipped over, and all kinds of terrifying shockwaves seemed to want to destroy the sky. Ling Xiao first chose Wang Bo, who was fighting against Yuro Fei, because Yuro Fei had the static mirror in her hands. As long as he interfered with Wang Bo, her static mirror would attack again, and she would definitely be able to keep Wang Bo here. At that time, it would not be a problem for her to join hands with Sha Tian to take down Sumai Men. As Ling Xiao's drum sounded again, Wang Bo was indeed affected. His body swayed a few times, and his blood vessels churned uncontrollably. It was also at this moment that Yuro Fei finally used her trump card. The mirror light landed on Wang Bo's body as expected. Wang Bo's body was instantly frozen. Yuro Fei knew that the static mirror could immobilize a saint for a quarter of an hour, but to the Holy Emperor it was not that long. She decisively attacked again, and the terrifying dance of the dragon and elephant attacked the defenseless Wang Bo. Wang Bo was extremely sullen, as he was beaten up like a sandbag. His entire body was almost scattered, and only a breath of air was left. "All right, leave him to me. You go and cooperate with Sha Tian to capture the other person." Ling Xiao quickly went to the side of Wang Bo, who was about to die, and restrained him so that he could not quickly recover from his injuries. At the same time, he ordered Yuro Fei to help Sha Tian. Sumai Men, who was fighting against Sha Tian, did not fare well against Sha Tian. Although he had entered the Holy Emperor realm earlier than Sha Tian, Sha Tian's sly-killing Dao had the ability to fight above his level. If not for the fact that he had just entered the Holy Emperor realm, Sumai Men would definitely not be a match for Sha Tian. With Eurofei joining in, Sumai Men completely lost his confidence. He did not hesitate to turn around and escape. However, Eurofei's static mirror did not give him the chance. The light shone on his body and captured him. A half-holy emperor and 2 low-level holy emperors were completely captured just like that. However, if they were captured, Eurofei and Sha Tian would also be injured. Fortunately, they were not fatally injured. With these 3 people, our chances of killing the Yinba sect will be higher, Ling Xiao said confidently. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As one of the 4 major forces of the stronghold, they will definitely have stronger people overseeing it. If the other party has a mid-level holy emperor or a high-level holy emperor, it is not something that we can deal with now. Feng Qingyuan warned from the side. That's true. It seems like we still have to control the stronger holy emperor. Ling Xiao sighed. The stronger ones are not easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Feng Qingyuan said again. Yes. Now that the preparations are almost done, it's time to find the Yinba sect, Ling Xiao said. Isn't this a little too hasty? There's no hurry. Only by angering them first will an even stronger holy emperor appear. Otherwise, where will I get stronger helpers? Chapter 10:10. A half-holy emperor and 2 low-level holy emperors had extremely terrifying soul forces. If Ling Xiao had not tortured them half to death and then locked them up, he would not have been able to brand them with a high-level mental curse. After doing all this, Ling Xiao felt that the mental power in his sea of consciousness was unbearably exhausted. It had been a long time since something like this had happened to him. However, being able to control these 3 top-notch experts as guards made everything much easier. It was just that Ling Xiao realized that the high-level mental curse could barely control the heavily injured Holy Emperor. If it were a god above the Holy Emperor, any curse would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, Ling Xiao still did not know what kind of existence a god was, so he did not think about things that were too far away for the time being. After doing all this, Ling Xiao immediately changed his position and concealed his aura, intending to attack the Ghastly Drake sect's peripheral forces. He wanted the Ghastly Drake sect not to have a moment of peace. He was in the dark, and was not afraid that the Ghastly Drake sect could quickly find him. For 2 months in a row, many of the Ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces were attacked by unknown saints. The number was extremely large, and they all withdrew after capturing the saints of the subsidiary forces. This matter attracted a lot of attention in the Empyrean fortress. They knew that the young man on the bounty list had begun to counterattack, and his counterattack was so fierce that he actually dared to challenge the Ghastly Drake sect of the 4 great forces. His guts were simply too big. The Ghastly Drake sect's upper echelon was very angry. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao was only a low-level saint, and thought that by sending some people to capture him and increasing the reward, it would be a piece of cake to capture Ling Xiao. However, before their people could find Ling Xiao, they heard that many saints who went looking for Ling Xiao had been killed one after another, so they had no choice but to return to the sect and ask for help. However, when they came out with a large number of experts, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. Here, they received news that their sect's subsidiary forces were attacked, which made them even more depressed. In the Ghastly Drake sect's Great Hall, the Ghastly Drake sect master roared, "Damn it! Who the hell is this little bastard? How dare he provoke our Ghastly Drake sect? If he's caught, we'll make him wish he was dead." Sect leader, according to the report, that little bastard has the Holy Emperor by his side, but if we don't move the Holy Emperor, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture him alive. One of the saints in the hall said, "Don't worry. This time, the ancestor is completely furious." She sent the 3 Holy Emperor elders out at the same time. "If we still can't catch that little bastard, we'll all be in trouble," said the Yinba sect master. "That's good. When the time comes, we'll see if that little bastard really has 3 heads and 6 arms." He actually dared to provoke our sect. In front of the ghastly Drake sect's outer circle, Ling Xiao appeared with Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Sha Tian, and 2 other holy emperor elders. The ghastly Drake sect should be very angry now, right? After we destroy this place, we should stop and lay low for a while. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Even though destroying these subsidiary forces wouldn't shake the ghastly Drake sect's foundation, it would let them know that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even though these are all subsidiary forces of the ghastly Drake sect, they're all existences comparable to top 3rd grade sects, and they all have several saints holding down the fort. It's really hard to imagine how many saints and holy emperor elders the ghastly Drake sect has. Feng Qingyuan sighed. Yes, it's not easy to destroy them, but it's enough to shock those who dare to take the bounty. Ling Xiao sighed. He had originally wanted to gather a large group of saints to attack the ghastly Drake sect. However, after dealing with the ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces these past few days, he could imagine how terrifying the ghastly Drake sect's true strength was. It wouldn't be that easy to deal with them, so he could only change his mind. As long as those people didn't dare to accept the ghastly Drake sect's bounty mission, he would have less trouble. When the time came, he could directly go to the heaven-connecting formation, and there wouldn't be too much danger. It was impossible for the ghastly Drake sect to know that he was heading to the heaven region. However, they were destined not to go so smoothly this time. The holy emperor of the ghastly Drake sect had finally descended. A middle-stage holy emperor, 2 low-stage holy emperor elders, and 7 or 8 saints from the subsidiary forces. Such a lineup could not be said to be small. They seemed to have expected Ling Xiao to come here and had been waiting for a long time. The middle-stage holy emperor was called Guei Yu. He had already reached an old age, and his appearance was extremely ferocious. The fingers and teeth on his dry old hands were like sharp claws, and they were extremely long, emitting a strong bloodthirsty aura. He was the oldest member of the ghastly Drake sect, and he rarely appeared. If it wasn't for the Een ghost mother inviting him out, he might not have appeared. Hee. I thought it was some amazing junior, but it turns out it's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. Guei Yu looked at Ling Xiao sinisterly and laughed. Ling Xiao, he's a middle-stage holy emperor. Should we escape? Euro Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and said, "What's there to be afraid of? What's so great about a middle-stage holy emperor?" His words obviously didn't match his heart. He really didn't expect that the other party would actually send out such a terrifying holy emperor to wait for him to walk into a trap. At this moment, Guei Yu waved his hand, and 10 figures immediately appeared in front of him. These figures did not have the slightest vitality, and their bodies were covered with green hair, which was particularly strange and sinister. This is the Een Ba, a puppet unique to the ghastly Drake sect. Wang Bo, who was beside Ling Xiao, reminded. The Een Ba and the corpse demon were both puppets, but the Een Ba was of a higher level than the corpse demon because it was refined with special materials when it was alive, and it still retained the attribute attack ability, which was quite powerful. The 10 Een Ba in front of them were all low-stage holy emperor strength, which was definitely a terrifying force. It's good that you know. Let them serve you well. Guei Yu seemed to be disdainful of making a move, so he ordered his Een Ba to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao knew that this matter was serious, and immediately exclaimed, "Let's go!" It was already extremely difficult for 4 holy emperors to fight against so many Een Ba with the strength of a holy emperor, and there was also a middle-stage holy emperor eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. They had no chance of winning at all. However, before Ling Xiao and the others could escape, the 10 Een Ba had already rushed over, and a terrible power enveloped Ling Xiao and the others. Although they have the strength of a holy emperor, they should actually be a little weaker than a holy emperor of the same stage. We'll hold them back. Ling Xiao, you and Mistress run first. Euro Fei sensed the power of the Een Ba and shouted at Ling Xiao, using the dragon form power to block part of the power. Sha Tian, Su Mai Men, and Wang Bo also attacked at the same time, blocking the power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world was shaken into powder. Puff. Ling Xiao was shaken by this terrifying power to the point that he was in a daze. His entire body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan was not in a good state either. He was also severely injured. Ling Xiao propped himself up, and all the power in his body started to explode. He quickly rushed to Feng Qingyuan's side, and at the same time summoned Yu Yuanfeng. "Blast this old ghost for me." Ling Xiao threw the heaven suppression drum into Yu Yuanfeng's hands, and pointed at Gue Yu and exclaimed. Yu Yuanfeng carried out Ling Xiao's orders without hesitation, and slapped all of his power onto the heaven suppression drum. Yu Yuanfeng's power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. The power that he brought out with his full strength was incomparably terrifying. Gue Yu had been paying attention to Ling Xiao the entire time. He did not know what tricks he was playing when he saw him take out a broken drum, but when he heard the sound of the drum, he realized how terrifying the sound of the drum was. His body was in a mess from the shock, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. However, his reaction was extremely fast. The moment he was injured, he immediately hid his body, so that Yu Yuanfeng could not detect his presence. In the void, Gue Yu hurriedly swallowed a small bottle of spring liquid of life. He thought to himself, "What kind of divine weapon is that? Its power is so terrifying. I must obtain it." As long as his aura was not locked on, the sound of the heaven suppression drum would not be able to harm Gue Yu. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He called out to Euro Fei, Sha Tian and the rest, "Ro Fei, retreat! You want to leave after injuring this old man? How can you be so calm?" Gue Yu's voice reverberated in the air. Immediately after, a ghost claw quickly grabbed out and pinched Yu Fengyuan and the heaven suppression drum together. Immediately after, Yu Fengyuan was squeezed into a pool of blood by the ghost claw, and the heaven suppression drum was immediately taken by Gue Yu. Ling Xiao's heart turned cold. The heaven suppression drum was his strongest trump card. Now that he had lost it, what could he use to fight against others? "Ro Fei, I order you to escape with Master's wife immediately, or I will kill you," Ling Xiao shouted in exasperation. At the same time, he also ordered Sha Tian, Su Maimen, and Wang Bo to quickly return and protect his master's wife. Euro Fei knew the urgency of the matter this time, but she could not leave Ling Xiao alone. She immediately rushed to Feng Qingyuan's side and prepared to go to Ling Xiao's place and leave with him. "Don't worry about me. Run!" Ling Xiao roared again. "Xiao, let's go together." Feng Qingyuan hurriedly called out. At this time, the Yin Ba and the other 2 low-level holy emperor of the Yin puppet sect made their move. "Su Maimen, Wang Bo, you guys hold them back," Ling Xiao ordered in shock. At this point, he had no choice but to abandon the 2 of them and let them hold on for a while. The ghost lair appeared again and sneered, "None of you can escape." Countless ghost claws descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying power of space and a dense, baleful aura. Euro Fei shouted, "Go to hell!" She shone the static mirror in her hand towards the ghost lair. Swish! The light carried a dazzling and pure power, purifying the ghost claws and freezing the ghost lair's figure. The ghost lair cursed himself for being careless again. Just as Euro Fei was about to kill the ghost lair, a few Yin Ba arrived in front of Euro Fei at the same time. Euro Fei had no choice but to give up on killing the ghost lair. She returned with Sha Tian, brought Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, and quickly fled. Ling Xiao unwillingly looked to the other side, his heart aching for losing the heaven-suppressing drum. However, he also knew that it was impossible. The Yin puppet sect's holy emperor and Yin Ba quickly dealt with Su Maimen and Wang Bo and chased after them. Chapter 10-11. Euro Fei and Sha Tian were both low-level holy emperors, so they were naturally very fast if they wanted to escape at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, directly ignoring the distance between them. The 2 low-level saints from the ghastly Drake sect were not slow either, and they were still chasing them relentlessly. The ghost Inba did not chase after them, and they stayed by Gue Yu's side to protect him. Guiyu did not know how long he would be immobilized. His power surged and struggled, and he actually regained the ability to move in just a few minutes. What a powerful divine mirror can trap me for so long. I have to get my hands on it. Guiyu licked his lips and revealed an extremely greedy expression. He put away the inba and disappeared from where he stood. Although he had started late, he was so fast that he could actually capture the remaining auras and chase after them. However, when he caught up to his two companions, he found that he had lost track of Ling Xiao and the others. Guiyu asked sternly, "Where are they?" The two of them drooped their faces and were too embarrassed to face Guiyu. The result was self-evident. Damn it! If we let them escape like this, how are we going to explain it to Ghost Mother? Guiyu cursed and ignored the two of them. He rushed forward again, hoping to find traces of Ling Xiao and the others. Guiyu searched the surrounding area for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but he did not find any trace of Ling Xiao and the others. He suspected that they had some treasure that could conceal all auras, so he had no choice but to give up. In fact, he did not know that a figure was hiding under a huge lake that he had passed by earlier. That's right, it was Ling Xiao who had escaped. He was hiding under 1,000 meters of water and had completely concealed his aura, so Guiyu could not detect him. Previously, when Eurofei and Shatian had fled in this direction with Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, Ling Xiao had immediately made a decision. If they kept running, others would definitely sense their auras and track them down immediately. Therefore, he had immediately asked them to enter the medicine cauldron, and then dove into the bottom of the lake to hide. Ling Xiao could completely conceal his aura, and with the help of the water-concealing pearl, he did not have to worry about being exposed at the bottom of the lake. After everything had been squandered, Ling Xiao quietly moved in another direction under the lake, not daring to rashly pop his head out. Now his heart was bleeding. The sky-suppressing drum was a divine weapon that he relied on to kill his enemies. Now that it had been snatched away by someone else, he couldn't take this lying down. But when he thought about how the gap between them was too great, he felt extremely uncomfortable, and he truly wished for nothing more than to immediately consume a medicinal pill to increase his strength and fight a few hundred rounds with Chun Shi. He knew that this idea was just an impulsive thought. How could he dare to actually do it? Damn it, I'll definitely get my revenge. You're the ones who forced me to do this. Ling Xiao bit her lip so hard that it bled. Although he had controlled quite a few saints, he was so powerless and insignificant in the face of the even more powerful Saint Emperor. He had to think of another way to deal with the ghastly Drake sect and retrieve the Heaven Suppression Drum. Unfortunately, the Heaven Suppressing Drum did not require blood to recognize its owner. Anyone could use it. Once Guiyu obtained the Heaven Suppressing Drum, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. He would not be afraid of anyone who was of a higher level than him. Now, Ling Xiao had thought of a way to contend against the ghastly Drake sect, and that was to first raise Eurofei and Shatian to the realm of mid-tier Holy Emperor. Only then would they be qualified to challenge others. However, in order to achieve this, one must first refine the Holy Emperor pill. There were two types of Saint pills, the 8th grade minor Saint pill and the 8th grade great Saint pill. The 8th grade minor Saint pill was effective for saints, and the 8th grade great Saint pill was effective for the Holy Emperor. Previously, the semi-finished Holy Emperor pill Ling Xiao had refined for Han Kai was an 8th grade Great Saint pill. Ling Xiao had the ability to refine an 8th grade Great Saint pill, but unfortunately, there was no source energy in the Central Territory to guide him, so he was unable to refine a true Great Saint pill. Now that he was in the Heavenly Domain Fortress, Ling Xiao had the ability to refine the 8th grade Great Saint pill. All he needed to do was purchase a large number of spirit herbs and he would be able to refine it. When that time came, it would not be a problem for Eurofei and Shatian to reach the next level. Previously, Ling Xiao had spent a large number of profound crystals to buy more than 100 8th grade spirit herbs from the Yang family's territory. But it was still not enough. He still needed many supplementary spirit herbs and some top-grade 8th grade spirit herbs as the main materials, as well as some source holy artifacts. Only then would he be able to gather all the materials needed to refine the Holy Emperor pill. Ling Xiao had top-grade 8th grade spirit herbs in his medicine cauldron, but he needed to exchange them with spirit herbs of the same grade. In order to refine the Holy Emperor pill for Han Kai, Ling Xiao had already exchanged his treasures once. Now that he did not have the same high-grade spirit herbs to exchange, he could only think of another way to obtain them. Ling Xiao carefully left the lake, still concealing his aura as he walked through the dense forest. Half a month later, Ling Xiao left the Yin Snow Ridge and put on a cloak to cover his face. He now had to leave the Yin Nightmare Sect's territory and slowly make plans. The place Ling Xiao was heading to this time was the territory of the 100 Alliance clan. The 100 Alliance clan and the Yin Nightmare Sect had never been on good terms. In the past, the Yin Nightmare Sect had captured many of the 100 Alliance clan's Holy Emperor to refine Yin demons. Later, when the 100 Alliance clan found out about this, the 100 Alliance clan began to wantonly hunt the Yin Nightmare Sect's people. The two sects were like fire and water, and if it weren't for the 100 Alliance clan not being unified, the Yin Nightmare Sect would likely have been wiped out. Therefore, choosing to come to the 100 Alliance clan's territory was the most ideal choice for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao began to wander between the major cities, going to those herb shops that sold spiritual herbs in bulk to buy them. The profound crystals in his space ring plummeted. During this month, he bought a lot of 8th-grade spirit herbs, but not many top-grade 8th-grade spirit herbs. None of the cities he visited could compare to the rich collection of Spirit Medicine Pavilion in Yang Family Town. One day, he came to one of the largest cities under the jurisdiction of the 100 Alliance clan, a place governed by one of the 100 Alliance clan's clans. He hoped to find the spirit herbs he wanted here. I only have 200 million high-grade profound crystals now, which is enough to buy a few dozen 8th-grade spirit herbs, but I won't even have enough to pay for the journey to the Heaven Domain. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment, then murmured, "Do I have to use top-grade fire profound crystals? I'd better take some things out to sell." The 200 million high-grade profound crystals Ling Xiao mentioned was the balance of everyone in his medicine cauldron. He had already spent a lot of profound crystals to buy 8th-grade spirit herbs in other cities. Ling Xiao thought about it again and again, then decided to take some things out to sell. In each city, there would be shops that bought all kinds of spirit treasures. After buying them at a low price, they would resell them to make a profit. Ling Xiao had already calculated what he wanted to sell along the way, but for safety's sake, he didn't dare to take out too many at once. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse the attention of others. Ling Xiao asked the passers-by, and finally came to the largest trading shop in the city. This was one of the properties of the family under the jurisdiction of the city. It had an extremely good reputation in the city, and there were many mercenaries trading here. They brought the high-grade spirit beasts they hunted, the high-grade spirit herbs they didn't need, and some strange items here to trade for profound crystals. However, most of these people only took out 1 or 2 high-grade items to trade. Occasionally, someone would take out a little more to trade, and that person was destined to receive the special attention of others. Ling Xiao had a lot of things to trade this time, and he didn't want to be schemed against in front of everyone in the hall. He went to a receptionist and said, "Tell your steward that there's a big business deal that's over 100 million. Let's see if you can take it." The maid looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then immediately nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment." She then retreated to find the steward. Not long after, an old man at the half-step saint level came out. He first looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then said, "Friend, please come this way." Ling Xiao followed the half-step saint into the cabinet, where the big deal was going to take place. "Friend, what good goods do you have? Take them out and see. 100 million is nothing to us." The half-step saint said with a faint smile, "That's for the best." Ling Xiao nodded lightly, then took out the things he wanted to trade. So many things. The half-step saint looked at the pile of spiritual items in front of Ling Xiao and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, his old eyes emitted a bright light, and he exclaimed, This is a big piece of black inkstone, and this is diamond, and there's also wind-steadying stone." The half-step saint's old face revealed a look of shock. He kept looking at the various kinds of strange items in Ling Xiao's place, and his heart became more and more happy. The clan would definitely reward him well if he took all of these good things. After all, these were rare treasures that were usually difficult to come by. Can I eat them? Ling Xiao spoke in a low voice. Friend, wait a moment. I have to estimate their value before I can give you an answer. The half-step saint smiled as he spoke to Ling Xiao. For Ling Xiao to be able to take out so many high-grade spiritual items at once, the half-saint suspected that Ling Xiao had robbed many saints' treasures to obtain them. After all, there was no lack of people who robbed others to make a fortune in this trade. In the end, the half-step saint was more and more shocked as he calculated. Even though he'd only calculated according to the market price, it was still an astronomical figure. Besides feeling pleasantly surprised, he also felt slightly puzzled. He was pleasantly surprised because the value of these spiritual items was high, and he was puzzled because he didn't have enough mysterious crystals to eat them all. Because the total value of these things was around 700 million high-grade mysterious crystals, and he only had 500 million mysterious crystals. It wasn't enough at all. Friend, I've roughly estimated that these precious treasures should be worth 700 million high-grade mysterious crystals. This business is slightly big, so I want to ask my superior to make the decision. The half-step saint spoke carefully. In the end, he even added, please wait. We'll definitely be able to complete this transaction. All right, I'll wait here for an hour. If your superior doesn't come, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Seeing Ling Xiao ignore Yihong like this, the half-step saint immediately said with some indignation, Third Elder, this fellow really doesn't know the rules. Who doesn't know that Third Elder is the one who keeps his word here? Yihong waved his hand and said, this kind of person who is not willing to show his face to trade is not easy to deal with. We only want money, don't cause too much trouble. Oh, when Ling Xiao left the trading area, he immediately felt that he was locked on by a few auras. Ling Xiao didn't think that it was the Yi clan. It should be those people who didn't have eyes and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled with them, so in a few flashes, he left them behind. Those people suddenly couldn't sense Ling Xiao's presence and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that the person they were chasing this time was definitely stronger than them. They had no choice but to retreat quickly and didn't dare to appear in front of the trading shop for a period of time. 10 days later, Ling Xiao bought a lot of spirit grasses here. He even bought a stalk of top grade 8 spirit grass that he urgently needed from a street stall. On this day, the Yi clan's auction began. Ling Xiao listened to Yihong's suggestion and stayed to see what good things were in the auction. This was much better than him trying his luck everywhere. After all, the Yi clan was ranked in the top 10 of the 100 alliance clans. Although its power was much weaker than the Yang clan, it was still relatively powerful in this stronghold. Perhaps there really was some rare sacred object being auctioned. After paying the entrance profound crystal, Ling Xiao entered his own small private box. At this time, he summoned Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xian Yao, and Sha Tian. Take a look at the things they need here and ask for them all at once. The Yi clan's auction was indeed unique. The items being auctioned were all extremely rare and precious, and the auction prices were not low either. The bidding competition was also extremely fierce. After a long while, Ling Xiao actually discovered that the diamond, Fengding stone, and a few other precious materials that he had sold to the Yi clan had also been put up for auction. The price of the auction was extremely high. Just a few materials were sold for more than 200 million. This way, Ling Xiao felt his heart ache. He knew that the price he sold was too low. If he had known earlier, he would have given it to the auction house to auction. After waiting for half a day, Ling Xiao had only made 2 moves. Both times, he had auctioned off a level 8 spirit grass. However, these 2 were not the main ingredients that he desired. Could only be said that these 2 were somewhat rare, and might be useful in the future. As the auction gradually came to an end, the real good stuff finally appeared. The first item made Ling Xiao excited. It was a light attribute Aurora Snake Rattan. Aurora Snake Rattan, a divine grass that was infinitely close to level 9. It usually grew near the Aurora snake nest, where the Aurora snakes roamed freely. Ordinary people would not be able to casually approach it, and those who had not reached the level of the Holy Emperor would immediately be surrounded and killed by the snakes. The starting price of the Aurora snake rattan was 80 million high-grade profound crystals. This price made many people who did not have the financial resources to stop. Of course, there were also light attribute saints who participated in the competition. In the end, Ling Xiao bid 250 million high-grade profound crystals before he managed to get it. With this spirit grass, Ling Xiao had a chance to refine the light attribute Holy Emperor elixir. Then a top-level 8 spirit grass appeared. Although it was not what Ling Xiao needed, he still auctioned it. He could use this spirit grass to exchange for what he needed in the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao did not expect to get 2 kinds of top-level 8 spirit grass here so smoothly. He was infinitely close to his plan. After several heavyweight holy artifacts were auctioned, the last holy artifact finally appeared on the stage. It was a type of essence called Soil of All Earth, an Earth attribute holy artifact. The starting price of this holy object was 500 million high-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao was shocked. It turned out that a holy object of the origin was so expensive, and this was only the starting price. It was auctioned off at a price of nearly 900 million. Ling Xiao looked at it and sighed. Although he did not cultivate the earth attribute, it was worth it if he auctioned it off and left it for his own people to use in the future. After the auction ended, Ling Xiao could not wait to find a place to refine pills and raise the ranks of Eurofei and Sha Tian. However, before Ling Xiao could leave the auction, he was blocked by someone. "Friend, we meet again?" Yi Hong looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. "No, I just know that a friend is here, so I wanted to say hello," Yi Hong replied. "Since there's nothing else, please step aside. I have something important to attend to," Ling Xiao said warily. "I just want to make friends with you. I know that you've bid for a few spirit herbs just now. If you still need them, you can come with me to our treasure spirit pavilion. Perhaps there's something you need there," Yi Hong said. Then he explained, "I like to make friends with all kinds of strange people, especially someone as young as you who dares to offend the ghastly puppet sect. I, Yi Hong, want to make friends with you. I don't have the slightest evil intention." Ling Xiao knew that his identity had been seen through, so he simply pulled down his hood and said, "I hope Eldery won't disappoint me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Hong laughed. "Don't worry. The Yi family and the ghastly Drake sect are irreconcilable. Everyone in the stronghold knows this. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. You may be an enemy of the ghastly Drake sect, but you are a friend of the Yi family. You don't need to doubt my intentions." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's good. My surname is Ling and my given name is Xiao." "That's a good name. It matches your looks very well. Come, let's have a seat at my place," Yi Hong praised. Yi Hong was a refined man, and his manner of speaking made people feel good about him. Ling Xiao's guard was down, and at the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Ling Xiao and Yi Hong left the auction house and went to another shop that specialized in spirit herbs called Treasure Spirit Pavilion. It was also a Yi family business. A portion of the items purchased from this shop would be sold in Treasure Spirit Pavilion. Some would be returned to the family, and a small portion would be sold in auctions. Treasure Spirit Pavilion's scale was comparable to Yang Jiaqing's Spirit Medicine Pavilion, but the quality of the spirit herbs inside was much worse. Back then, Ling Xiao could buy 8th grade spirit herbs casually, but in Treasure Spirit Pavilion, 8th grade spirit herbs were placed as sacred objects. Ordinary people couldn't visit and buy them. Ling Xiao already had most 8th grade spirit herbs. What he lacked were top grade 8th grade spirit herbs that were infinitely close to 9th grade. Yi Hong didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such high standards, so he could only bring Ling Xiao to the highest pavilion's rare treasures. There were a few dozen rare treasures there, including precious stones, high-grade spirit herbs, and a couple of elixirs. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the spirit herbs. Yi Hong then said, "It's not easy to find things here. If Brother Ling wants them, You can exchange them with treasures of the same grade. Yihong knew that Ling Xiao didn't have many Xian crystals left, so he said this. Ling Xiao didn't answer Yihong's question. Instead, he asked, Brother Yi, does your family have an 8th grade Saint Medicine Master? Yihong hesitated for a moment before replying, Of course we do. Ling Xiao asked again, Then why didn't I see any Holy Emperor elixirs here? Just now, Ling Xiao saw a few types of elixirs, but they were all ordinary 8th grade elixirs. That was why he asked this question. He also had a plan in mind. Yihong smiled bitterly. Even in the stronghold, not many can refine that kind of elixir. How can we have it here? Chapter 10:13. There were many 8th grade saint alchemists in the stronghold and many of them were saints, so it was normal for them to become saint masters. However, there were 2 types of 8th grade saint alchemists: little saint alchemists and great saint alchemists. Great saint alchemists were infinitely close to 9th grade divine alchemists. The Yi clan's 8th grade saint alchemists were probably little saint alchemists. Ling Xiao didn't mean to look down on the Yi clan. He was planning for himself. If I can refine a few Holy Emperor pills for your Yi clan, would Brother Yi be able to eat them? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. At this moment, Yihong was enjoying a cup of spiritual tea. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his hand trembled and the tea soaked his clothes. He didn't pay any attention to this. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, are you serious? Absolutely. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Yihong rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at Ling Xiao like a naked beauty, wanting nothing more than to push him to the ground. Then what do you want, Brother Ling? As long as it's within our Yi clan's capabilities, we won't hesitate. Yihong slapped his chest. Holy Emperor pills were rare in the stronghold. Only 2 or 3 major clans would auction them, but they were quickly snatched up by others and had to be exchanged with origin holy objects. The Yi clan had once obtained 1 or 2, so they knew the heaven-defying benefits of the Holy Emperor pill. Naturally, they wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to propose a good condition. As long as it wasn't too harsh, he would agree. I only have a 30% chance of success in refining high-grade pills, otherwise I wouldn't be going around buying spiritual herbs. Brother Yi, please consider this carefully. Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. What he meant was that every time he concocted a Saint King pill, he only had a 1/3 success rate. Hence, if he wanted to concoct a Saint King pill, he would have to prepare at least 3 sets of ingredients. Only then would he have complete confidence in concocting a Saint King pill. Yihong naturally knew that alchemy was risky. Their clan's medicine saint often failed when refining pills. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words made him feel more assured. He was sure that Ling Xiao was a great medicine saint. Brother Ling, why don't we do it this way? This matter is of great importance. I'll return to the clan and discuss it with the clan elders. I'll give you a reply within a day. How about that? Yihong hesitated for a moment before saying. Although he had a certain amount of power in his family, he was after all not the clan leader. This matter was too important, and it had to be decided by a meeting of the elders. Ling Xiao nodded and said, No problem. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was impossible for Yihong to agree so easily. It was good to give him some buffer time. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was entirely to have enough ingredients to refine the Holy Emperor pill. He said that he only had a 30% success rate, and that 2 sets of ingredients would be considered as remuneration. This was completely excessive, as many alchemists needed 5 sets of ingredients before they would refine high-grade pills for others. After all, the value of refining a Holy Emperor pill was indeed comparable to the total value of 5 sets of ingredients. An additional Holy Emperor or a Holy Emperor's advancement was a very big matter for a clan, and the future harvest would be even greater. This was a win-win situation. At the same time, Ling Xiao also wanted to befriend the Yi clan. When the time came to crusade against the Yin puppet sect, he would be able to lend a hand. This was much better than fighting alone. This was also the benefit of Ling Xiao revealing his identity as an alchemist. Ling Xiao left the Precious Spirit Pavilion and returned to his previous inn to wait for Yi Hong's news. Yi Hong appeared much faster than expected. In less than half a day, he found Ling Xiao again. "Brother Ling, our Yi clan has decided to make this deal with you, but our clan leader wants to meet Brother Ling. Do you think you can come with me?" Yi Hong asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I believe in Brother Yi, but that doesn't mean I believe in your clansmen. If they want to see me, they'd better come out themselves. Otherwise, forget it." The martial world was dangerous, and Ling Xiao had to be careful. If he entered the Yi clan's territory and fell into their trap, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Yi Hong was taken aback. After thinking about it, he realized that his suggestion was a little abrupt. If it was him, he might have made the same choice as Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was now on the bounty list, so he had to be careful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a great sage alchemist, which was enough to be on equal footing with any holy emperor. It was not a big deal for their clan leader to meet him personally. Yi Hong laughed dryly and said, "I didn't think it through. I'll go back and talk to him now." Yi Hong left and rushed back to the clan to invite the Yi clan's clan leader. The second time, the Yi clan's clan leader came personally. He was a skinny old man with a reserved aura. He had a kind smile on his face, making him look like an approachable old man next door. "Saint Master Ling, I, Yi Chengrong, have been rude." Yi Chengrong looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then said very politely. Yi Chengrong didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so young, but there was no lack of treasures in the world that could preserve one's youthful appearance. Or perhaps he had taken some kind of pill that could restore one's youth, so he didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't see Yi Chengrong's true strength, but he guessed that he was at least at the Holy Emperor's level. Ling Xiao returned the greeting and said, "Elder Yi is too polite. It should be Ling Xiao who was too rude. Let's not talk about those overly polite words. Let's go to the Precious Spirit Pavilion to taste some spirit tea first. Then we'll talk business. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, I, Yi Chengrong, will be friends with you." Yi Chengrong said very straightforwardly. From Yi Chengrong's way of doing things, Ling Xiao felt that he was very experienced and easy to make people feel comfortable. He was truly worthy of being the head of a clan. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, and Yi Hong arrived at the Precious Spirit Pavilion. Yi Chengrong didn't get straight to the point. Instead, he chatted with Ling Xiao about the local customs and practices. Ling Xiao didn't know what Yi Chengrong was planning, so he responded with a few noises. On the other hand, Yi Hong looked anxious. "Holy Master Ling, where are you from? Why did you offend an evil sect like the ghastly puppet sect?" Yi Chengrong asked, cutting to Ling Xiao's topic. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk too much about himself, so he said, "An evil sect like theirs should have been exterminated a long time ago." Yi Chengrong nodded and said, "That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that our Yi clan is weak, we would definitely fight them to see who's stronger." Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled in other matters, so he couldn't help but say, "Elder Yi, let's talk business. I don't have much time to waste." Yi Chengrong smiled faintly and said, "Haha, I'm being too long-winded." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Holy Master Ling has a 30% success rate when refining the Holy Emperor pill. Our Yi clan can accept this, but do you have any other requests? If it's too harsh, I'm afraid our Yi clan won't be able to accept it." Yi Chengrong was a shrewd old man. He kept on talking to make Ling Xiao lose his cool so he could take control and have the right to negotiate terms. Ling Xiao said, "I'll give you 1 Holy Emperor pill for 3 sets of ingredients, some 8th-grade spirit herbs, and 200 million high-grade mystic crystals, or 3 sets of ingredients and a holy origin item." Ling Xiao's price was absolutely fair. 1 Holy Emperor pill could probably be auctioned for more than a few billion high-grade mystic crystals. It was definitely priceless. This was the most popular aspect of an alchemist. That's it. Yi Chengrong didn't expect Ling Xiao's conditions to not be as difficult as he had imagined. He was surprised for some reason. "What do you think, Elder Yi?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "Haha, I just didn't expect Holy Master Ling's conditions to be so simple. I thought he would ask for an exorbitant price. It seems like I'm a little petty. Yi Chengrong smiled. In fact, there was a hint of disbelief in Ling Xiao in his words. Ling Xiao's conditions were not harsh, which was why he doubted that Ling Xiao was a liar. Ling Xiao naturally understood what Yi Chengrong was implying. I don't have a place to stay here. If Elder Yi can find me a quiet place to refine pills, I'll immediately fulfill my promise. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly a way for Yi Chengrong to monitor him and prevent him from escaping with the spirit herbs. It was also to reassure Yi Chengrong. After all, no one would easily believe that someone they just met would be able to concoct the Saint King pill just because he said so. If that's the case, I have a good place to recommend. As long as Holy Master Ling doesn't mind, we can go take a look right now, Yi Chengrong said. Ling Xiao nodded. There's no time to lose. Let's go take a look. Yi Chengrong brought Ling Xiao and Yi Hong out of the city. After flying for about 2 hours, they arrived at a lush mountain range and finally landed on the mountainside of an inconspicuous mountain. There was a cave entrance covered by a restriction at the mountainside. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all, much less approach it. Yi Chengrong removed the restriction and explained, "This is where I usually stay when I'm free. What do you think, Holy Master Ling?" Ling Xiao didn't mind as long as they didn't go to the Yi clan's territory. He immediately replied, "It's pretty good here. There's plenty of spiritual qi and it's quiet enough." "Then give me a list of the spirit herbs you need, Holy Master Ling. I'll send someone to gather them immediately and try to gather them as soon as possible," Yi Chengrong said impatiently. Ling Xiao immediately listed out the spirit herbs of various attributes he needed. He even mixed in some extra spirit herbs to prevent others from identifying the ingredients of the pill. Of course, apart from these, he still needed holy items of various attributes as the main ingredient to successfully refine the pill. These were the most precious and important holy ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill. After Yi Chengrong heard this, he immediately turned to Yi Hong and said, "Go back and send a message to Yi Ming. Tell him to gather the spirit herbs Holy Master Ling needs as soon as possible. If we don't have them here, go buy them from other places." "Yes, clan leader." Yi Hong responded respectfully and immediately turned to return to his clan to give this order. "Holy Master Ling, let's go into the cave and talk," Yi Chengrong invited. Ling Xiao didn't refuse and followed Yi Chengrong into the cave. Chapter 10:14. The cave was very clean. There was only an ordinary stone bed and no other junk. Yi Chengrong took out some spirit herbs and chatted with Ling Xiao as he ate. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask about the heaven region. However, Yi Chengrong did not know much. It was only some legends passed down from his ancestors and some related records from ancient books. However, one thing was for sure. The heaven region was definitely a divine land. True gods truly existed there. They had the power to move mountains and fill oceans. Then when the heaven connecting formation opens this year, will anyone from your Yi clan go? Asked Ling Xiao. Usually, our Yi clan will send people to attempt the heaven connecting formation, but not this year, Yi Chengrong said with a disappointed expression. Why do you say that, Elder Yi? Asked Ling Xiao. The quota is limited to 100 every year, so who knows how many heroes will be sacrificed. Our Yi family has shed a lot of blood on this path, and only a few people have returned to the heaven region. However, they never return. In recent years, we've been fighting with the ghastly puppet sect both openly and covertly, especially on the path to heaven. Those demons from the ghastly puppet sect often hit us when we're down, and the number of Inba they control is not small. They always use their numbers to bully us and kill our Yi family's sons. This is also why our Yi family is currently lacking in manpower. Yi Chengrong revealed some hatred as she spoke. From the looks of it, many people from the Yi clan had died at the hands of the ghastly puppet sect. After Ling Xiao and Yi Chengrong spent about 10 days together, Yi Hong appeared again. However, there was another person with him. This person was also an old man with red hair and a domineering aura that could not conceal his arrogant expression. However, this person still lowered his attitude and respectfully greeted Yi Chengrong. "Greetings, Patriarch. Yifeng, you're here too. Yi Chengrong greeted. I've heard that a great Saint Master is willing to help our Yi family, so I've come to see if he's the real deal or if he's just spouting nonsense. The elder named Yifeng said as he stared at Ling Xiao provocatively. Yi Chengrong smiled and introduced, "This is Saint Master Ling Xiao Ling, and this is Saint Master Yifeng from my clan. Both of you are saint alchemists, so you can get to know each other." Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and said, "Nice to meet you. Haha, I hope Saint Master Ling has the ability. I can learn from you." Yifeng laughed. Then, an obscure spiritual pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and ignored Yifeng's mental pressure. Not to mention how powerful Ling Xiao's mental strength was. His ancient Emperor Divine Technique's sixth transformation, spiritual refinement, was enough to block this mental pressure. Yifeng was a little surprised. He was a high-level saint who was proficient in occult psychic techniques. The pressure he exerted was enough to suffocate an average saint. But Ling Xiao was not affected at all. That only proved that Ling Xiao's strength or psychic energy was above his. "You can learn, but you'll have to pay." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of others watching him concoct pills, unless they wanted to influence him and not let him succeed. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Yifeng's obvious provocation. Yifeng was slightly angered. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He thought to himself, "You want to collect tuition fees? How arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of." As the Yi clan's chief Saint Master, Yifeng had always regretted not becoming a great Saint Master. Now that a great Saint Master suddenly appeared and wanted to refine pills for the Yi clan, he could not help but be suspicious. After all, great Saint Masters were highly respected. Why would they condescend to help the Yi clan? That was why Yifeng decided to see if this person was the real deal or had ulterior motives. "Tuition fees are negotiable," Yifeng replied and handed a spatial ring to Ling Xiao. "There are only 3 sets of fire attribute Holy Emperor pill materials here. I hope you can refine a fire attribute Holy Emperor pill. I'll watch from the side." "Yifeng, you can't make things difficult for Saint Master Ling," Yi Chengrong reprimanded but did not stop Yifeng too harshly. He had the same thought as Yifeng. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao lived up to his name. Ling Xiao took the spatial ring and smiled slyly. "Then you guys can stay and watch together." Yifeng frowned slightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's smile, he felt like he was missing something. Ling Xiao began to refine pills and his aura began to spread. "You're only a low-level Saint Master. How can you be a great Saint Master? You really are a swindler." Yifeng shouted at Ling Xiao and was about to attack Ling Xiao. Normally, only those who had reached the Holy Emperor realm had the qualifications to become a great Saint Master. Ling Xiao was only a peak low-level saint. Yifeng was certain that Ling Xiao was not a great Saint Master. Ling Xiao's mind became unstable after hearing Yifeng's shout. The spirit herbs he was controlling fell one after another, and some of the spirit herb essences that he had just refined immediately dissipated. Ling Xiao was furious and yelled at Yifeng, who was about to attack, "Stop being so impulsive." Ling Xiao's voice contained a supreme dragon's might. It was as if a peerless dragon had broken through the sky and roared for thousands of miles. Yifeng had underestimated Ling Xiao and did not use his full strength. Ling Xiao's sudden roar was too powerful. Yifeng was dizzy from the terrifying dragon roar and his eardrums were in pain. Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong were also slightly affected. However, Yi Chengrong reacted very quickly and immediately formed a spatial barrier to isolate the sound waves. Ling Xiao took advantage of Yifeng's momentary confusion to attack at lightning speed. His fist smashed toward Yifeng's face. Yi Chengrong did not expect Ling Xiao to take the opportunity to attack. The might of the Holy Emperor burst forth. "Saint Master Ling, please stop." A huge pressure forcefully suppressed Ling Xiao's attack. Even so, Ling Xiao's fist was already very close to Yifeng's face. It was only a short distance away from hitting him, but the fist force still scraped against Yifeng's face and made him feel pain. Yifeng felt a burning sensation on his face. He was almost injured by a low-level saint, which made him extremely angry. "You bastard! I'll kill you, you little liar!" Yifeng cursed and wanted to attack Ling Xiao again. "Enough! Yifeng, stay at the side!" Yi Chengrong shouted softly. With a light wave of her hand, Yifeng was sent several meters away by a gentle force, preventing him from attacking Ling Xiao. "Patriarch, he's only a low-level Saint Master. There's no way he's a great Saint Master. This brat is definitely a swindler." Yifeng was suppressed by Yi Chengrong to the point where he couldn't move, so he could only speak to cover Ling Xiao's face. "Since you don't believe me, then don't bother," Ling Xiao said faintly before putting the spirit grasses back into his original space ring and tossing it back to Yi Chengrong. Yi Chengrong smiled bitterly. "Saint Master Ling, this is just a misunderstanding. I hope Saint Master Ling won't take offense." He then looked at Yifeng and yelled, "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll kick you out immediately. Hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling." From the aura that Ling Xiao had released just now, Yi Chengrong clearly felt that Ling Xiao contained an unusual energy. It was as if he was not just at the peak of a low-level saint, but more like the peak of a mid-level saint or even higher. Ling Xiao did not show any signs of panic. Since he dared to refine pills in front of them, it meant that he had nothing to fear, or that he really was a great Saint Master. Therefore, Yi Chengrong would rather believe that Ling Xiao was a true great Saint Master than fall out with him. This was definitely an unwise choice for the Yi clan. If Ling Xiao was a liar, could Ling Xiao escape with him around? This was clearly impossible. Ling Xiao did not respond to Yi Chengrong's words. It was obvious that he was very angry. The greatest taboo for an alchemist was to be interrupted while refining pills. Yifeng had undoubtedly committed the greatest taboo for an alchemist. No one would be able to tolerate it. "Yifeng, hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling," Yi Chengrong yelled at Yifeng. Yifeng's expression alternated between red and white. He glared at Ling Xiao angrily before turning around and leaving the cave. "You!" Yi Chengrong yelled angrily, but did not know what to say. Yifeng's position in the Yi clan was second only to his, so he could not criticize him too much. "Looks like you really do doubt my ability. Then Ling Xiao will leave right now. In any case, I didn't waste your materials," said Ling Xiao indifferently. He directly left the immortal cave. Yihong blocked Ling Xiao's path. "Brother Ling, please wait. We did not mean to distrust you. It's all my fault for bringing Yifeng here. I apologize to you. Brother Ling, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Ling Xiao said, "You should know that what we alchemists hate the most is being concocted by others. If I, Ling Xiao, dared to concoct pills in front of you, then if I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't dare to act in front of you. I don't believe that with my status. I can't cooperate with other families. Saint Master Ling, please don't blame him. Yifeng is a little hot-tempered, but he definitely has no ill intentions. If Saint Master Ling successfully refines the Holy Emperor pill, I, Yi Chengrong, guarantee that he will definitely apologize and compensate you." Yi Chengrong said solemnly from the side. Yihong tried his best to persuade him again. In the end, Ling Xiao chose to stay. However, he did not refine pills again. He had to meditate for 3 days before doing so. Yi Chengrong and Yihong knew that Ling Xiao would only start after his anger subsided. They were too embarrassed to urge him since they were in the wrong in the first place. Of course, Ling Xiao only said that because he was just throwing a tantrum. He would not let such a small matter affect his plan. He still wanted to borrow the Yi clan's hands to gather the ingredients for the Holy Emperor pill. This would not only save him money, but it would also save him time. The premise was that he had to give the Yi clan some benefits. This was a win-win situation. Ling Xiao would not easily choose to give up and find another partner to work with. Chapter 10:15. 3 days later, Ling Xiao began to refine pills again. In order to show his trust in Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong and Yihong left the cave and allowed Ling Xiao to refine pills on his own. On the surface, Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong did this to reduce Ling Zhao's worries, but in reality, they could also lock onto Ling Zhao's aura outside. If Ling Xiao made any strange movements, they could control Ling Xiao at any time. Ling Xiao allowed them to leave, but he did not forget to remind them to stay nearby and not go too far. Yi Chengrong and Yi Hong thought that Ling Xiao was afraid that they would not trust him, so they listened to Ling Zhao's words. They only went outside the cave and did not go too far. They did not know that Ling Xiao actually had a reason for telling them not to go too far. Yi Hong, do you think this Saint Master Ling is reliable? Yi Chengrong asked Yi Hong. Yi Hong hesitated for a moment before replying, Personally, I trust Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong asked in astonishment, Why are you so sure? Ever since I started paying attention to him, he's been purchasing all sorts of high-grade spirit herbs in our city. If he's not an alchemist, I really don't understand why a person would use so many different types of spirit herbs to cultivate. That's clearly impossible, but he's quite bold and daring. He actually angered the ghastly Drake sect to the point that they raised the bounty on his head to capture him. He must have something special about him, so I'm sure he has no reason to lie to us, Yi Hong explained. Yi Chengrong pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, Saint Master Ling has a righteous look on his face. He's definitely not a treacherous person. If he can really refine the Holy Emperor pill, it'll definitely be our Yi family's fortune. A great Saint Master like this is worth our full effort. Yi Hong, try to befriend him as much as possible. You don't have to be too deliberate. Just let nature take its course. Yi Hong nodded. He understood what Yi Chengrong was talking about. It was important to make friends from the heart, not from flattery. After becoming a saint, Ling Zhao's speed in refining spiritual herbs was extremely fast. Those spirit grasses that floated out were burned and dried up by the scorching energy, and the essence of the spirit grasses fell down like raindrops. Ling Zhao's palms were constantly changing, making it impossible for others to grasp what he was doing. His calm and composed appearance was undoubtedly the demeanor of a grandmaster. Ling Xiao had refined countless pills for many years, and with the inheritance of the alchemy god, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding alchemist of the same rank. With his previous experience refining the Holy Emperor pill for Han Kai, Ling Xiao carried out each step in an orderly manner, extracting the essence of the various spirit grasses one by one. These were all high-level spirit grasses. Just these essences alone, the fragrance of spirit grasses immediately filled every corner of the cave, making people feel extremely comfortable just by breathing. Extracting the essence of the spirit grass was a complicated procedure for low-level alchemists. However, for alchemists who had already reached the high level, it had already become very easy and simple. Now, the only difficult step for Ling Xiao was how to suppress these huge amounts of pure spirit grasses' essence and prevent them from spreading. Also, he had to extract the energy of the Ninth Order Holy Beast's beast core. Finally, he had to fuse these spirit grasses' essence, the beast core's energy, and the source holy artifact together. Every step had to be controlled perfectly to ensure that the various essences and energies did not spread and disappear. The final step of fusion required a great amount of energy to completely condense them. What Ling Xiao was most concerned about was the final moment of pill condensation, which would cause a heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon caused by a great saint pill was so terrifying that even Ling Xiao found it difficult to bear. In order not to let Yi Chengrong, Yi Hong, and the others know about his insane alchemy, Ling Xiao purposely slowed down the speed of refinement. In the end, after 3 days, it was finally time to condense the pill. Ling Xiao immediately transformed into his half-dragon form, and his aura directly soared to the power of a high-rank saint. The surging energy was continuously absorbed by Ling Xiao, and the cave entrance was already filled with this spirit qi. Outside the cave, Yi Chengrong, Yi Hong, and Yi Feng, who was not far away, all sensed the changes in the vicinity. The spirit qi within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was sucked clean, and there were even traces of source energy mixed in. Is it about to condense the pill? Yi Hong exclaimed with joy. Yi Chengrong's expression also changed, and she said, I think there's no mistake. With such a vast amount of spiritual qi gathering and a few strands of origin energy mixed in, it's a sign of refining the great sage pill. At this moment, Yifeng flew over from not far away, and his old eyes revealed an indescribable expression. You should believe it now, right? Yi Chengrong looked at Yifeng with a somewhat reproachful expression. Because of Yifeng's recklessness, they had almost lost the opportunity to obtain a great saint master, and even lost the chance to obtain the Holy Emperor pill. How could Yi Chengrong not be angry? No, impossible. Before the pill is formed, I definitely won't believe that he's a great saint master. Yifeng did not want to accept this fact. He had cultivated bitterly for many years, but had not reached the great saint master realm. Now, a low-rank saint in front of him was a great saint master. How could he accept this? If he really succeeds, you'll personally apologize to him, Yi Chengrong yelled with some anger. Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded out from within the cave. The entire mountain peak was shaking non-stop. If not for the restrictions that had been set up beforehand, the cave would have completely collapsed. It was also at this moment that the sky lit up, and countless meteors fell from the sky like a natural disaster, crashing down with an unstoppable force. Boom, boom, boom. These meteors crashed down like meteorites, and the force was like a peerless powerhouse's attack. The impact turned the nearby mountains into dust, and terrifying craters appeared on the ground. Yi Chengrong, Yihong, and Yifeng's expressions changed drastically, and they all used their spatial energy to face the meteors. There's a phenomenon in the sky. A divine elixir has appeared. We have to protect this place and prevent the inside from being attacked. Otherwise, the divine elixir might be destroyed, and then, I'm afraid even Saint Master Ling won't be able to withstand it. He and Yihong seemed to be in an extremely difficult situation as they dealt with the meteors. This was because the impact of these meteors was not inferior to an attack from a high-rank saint, and was even comparable to an attack from the Holy Emperor. If not for Yi Chengrong taking on most of the pressure, the two of them would probably be forced to flee. The meteors lasted for half a day before gradually calming down. The spiritual beasts in the surroundings had long since fled to who knows where, and the mercenaries who were tens of thousands of kilometers away were also shocked. They thought that there was a saint or saint king fighting here, so they had long since distanced themselves from the battle, not daring to get close. Yi Chengrong only heaved a sigh of relief when the meteors disappeared. His forehead was already covered in sweat, and it was obvious that he had expended a lot of energy during this half a day. On the other hand, Yihong and Yifeng were battered. Their clothes were torn in many places, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered internal injuries from the impact of the meteors. Is the pill done? Yi Chengrong looked at the cave entrance that was still motionless and smacked his lips. Yihong and Yifeng also watched eagerly as they waited for the results. All of a sudden, an alluring medicinal fragrance wafted out from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance made one unable to resist inhaling it to their heart's content. When the fragrance entered their meridians and organs, it gave them a wonderful feeling as if they were walking on clouds. What a pure and rich medicinal fragrance. This is definitely a great saint pill, Yi Chengrong said with extreme joy. Yihong was also very happy, but Yifeng had a surprised look on his face. Yifeng could not understand how a low-level saint could refine a great saint pill no matter how hard he racked his brain. Could it be that he had some secret technique? The medicinal fragrance disappeared, and a figure slowly walked out from the cave entrance. Yi Chengrong rushed to the side of the cave and exclaimed, "How's Saint Master Ling?" He knew that Ling Xiao had probably succeeded, but he still could not help asking. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and handed a bottle to Yi Chengrong. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Yi Chengrong took the bottle and looked at the round elixir pill in it. Her face was filled with excitement. "It's really a Holy Emperor pill. Our Yi clan is blessed." Yi Cheng could not help but exclaim. He then bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you, Saint Master Ling." Ling Xiao hurriedly stepped aside. Elder E, you're too polite. We're just taking what we need. He wanted to be on good terms with the E-clan, so he naturally did not want to be arrogant. That's true, but if Saint Master Ling did not think highly of our E-clan, he would not have helped us so much. Our E-clan will repay this favor. If you need our E-clan's help in the future, we will definitely do our best. Yi Chengrong said solemnly. Yi Hong also said, that's right. If Brother Ling needs my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse. You're too polite. Ling Xiao replied politely. Yi Chengrong turned to Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, hurry up and apologize to Saint Master Ling. Yi Feng's face alternated between red and white. In the end, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Ling Xiao. Saint Master Ling, Yi Feng has offended you. Please forgive me. With Ling Xiao's status as a great Saint Master, it was not too much to ask him to bow. It was just that he did not trust Ling Xiao previously. Now that Ling Xiao had successfully refined the Holy Emperor pill, he felt embarrassed. Forget it, I won't argue with you over this. However, you still have to pay your school fees. Ling Xiao waved his hand magnanimously. Yi Feng was depressed. He thought to himself, I didn't even watch you refine the pill. Why do I still have to pay school fees? Although he thought about it, he did not dare to say it out loud. All right. Yi Feng, Yi Hong, hurry up and ask if the other Holy Emperor pill ingredients have been gathered. Hurry up and ask them to send them to Saint Master Ling. Yi Chengrong urged. Yi Hong said, Patriarch, I think we should let Saint Master Ling rest first before we talk about this. Yes. Look at how impatient I am. Why don't Saint Master Ling come back to my clan with me? We'll hold a welcoming dinner for you. Yi Chengrong slapped his forehead and smiled. I'll just rest here. There's no need to disturb your clan. Ling Xiao declined. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.